I request all the dignitaries to kindly proceed to the stage towards the lighting of lamp. Respected Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, IS Special Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways, Shri Sham Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping, Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopre, IPS Additional Director General of Shipping, Captain SI Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor to the Government of India, Additional Director General of Shipping, Shri Santosh Kumar Darokar, Principal Officer, POMMD Kandla, Captain PC Meena, Deputy Director General of Shipping Crew, to kindly proceed for the lighting of ceremonial lamp, followed by Saraswati Vandana. May I now request all the dignitaries, chief guests to kindly take their seats on the dais, please. To moving forward with today's deliberation, now I'll invite Captain PC Mena, Deputy Director General of Crew, for felicitating our esteemed dignitaries. I'll request Captain PC Meena sir to felicitate Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, IAS Special Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways. I'll request PC Meena sir to felicitate Shri Sham Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping. So now I'll request to kindly felicitate Captain SI Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, Additional DG, Directorate General of Shipping. I'll request sir to kindly felicitate Captain SK Darukar, Principal Officer, Director General of Shipping. MMT Kandla. Lastly, I'll request Shri Mukul Datta sir to felicitate Captain PC Meena, Deputy Director General Crew. Sorry, sir. I'll request Captain PC Meena to felicitate Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopre, Additional Director General of Shipping. facilitate please to Captain PC Meena. Thank you, sir. May I now inform the gathering that our chief guest for today, Shri Vijay Kumar, IAS Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, will be addressing us through a video message. Owing to a prior official commitment, he couldn't be here. I'll request now our technical team to kindly play his video message.
Trading institutions, unions, and most importantly, our seafarers. A very, very good morning to all of you. It is a privilege to be present at the second edition of the Symposium on Seafarers Recruitment and Welfare, a subject that lies at the very heart of India's maritime strength. When we speak of ports, ships, logistics corridors, and global trade routes, the focus often shifts to infrastructure and numbers. However, the true strength of maritime India lies not merely in steel and systems, but in people of the Indian seafarer who keep global trade moving, often far from home, under demanding and sometimes hazardous conditions. Friends, today I would like to speak about three enduring commitments of the Government of India: safe, transparent, and ethical recruitment, round-the-clock welfare and protection of seafarers, and sustainable employment generation for the future. These commitments are being translated into measurable outcomes, institutional reforms, and on-ground action as per Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Amrit Kal Vision 2047. India today stands at a defining moment in its maritime journey. Over 95% of India's trade by volume moves by sea, and Indian seafarers serve on thousands of vessels worldwide under Indian and foreign flags. India is already among the top 5 global suppliers of seafarers and among the top 4 suppliers of officers, as per the BIMCO ICS 2021 report. The number of Indian seafarers has risen steadily from approximately 1.03 lakh in 2013 to over 3 lakh in 2024. Under Maritime India Vision 2030, the government aims to increase India's share of the global seafarer workforce from around 12% to nearly 20% by 2030, while simultaneously strengthening welfare, compliance, and global trust. Under the Amrit Kal Vision 2047, the ambition extends further, not just scale, but dignity, resilience, and human-centric governance. Seafarer welfare is therefore a core pillar of maritime governance. Few challenges test a maritime administration more than seafarers' abandonment. These cases represent not just contractual disputes, but human distress, unpaid wages, uncertainty, and families left without answers. In recent months, focused institutional action has delivered tangible results. Over 100 abandoned vessels have been resolved, around 930 seafarers have been repatriated, and abandonment cases involving Indian seafarers have reduced sharply. This progress has been driven by a strengthened crisis management framework, close coordination with the Ministry of External Affairs, Indian missions abroad, RPS agencies, and other stakeholders. Further, this has been aided by the operationalization of a 24/7 grievance and crisis response ecosystem. Our message is unequivocal. No Indian seafarer will be left behind anywhere in the world. We are there to support them. A key reform in the crew branch has been the transition from fragmented grievance handling to continuous tech-enabled engagement. Today, seafarers and their families can access support through a 24/7 helpline, email, digital portals, and verified communication channels. A fully digital grievance redressal system enables online lodging of complaints with unique IDs for tracking and time-bound closure. Friends, no welfare framework can succeed if recruitment itself is unsafe. The Government of India has zero tolerance for fraudulent recruitment practices. Measures include strict enforcement of MS rules, regular audits, blacklisting of non-compliant agencies, public disclosure of RPSL status, and sustained awareness campaigns. The Seafarers Code of Conduct, Compliance and Enforcement Manual will come into force from 1st January 2026, defining standards of conduct, safety, and accountability across the maritime ecosystem. True welfare begins with prevention and dignity. The Seafarers Welfare Fund Society and the Seamen's Provident Fund Organization provide financial security, social protection, and retirement benefits. Then they are undergoing ERP-driven transformation. Welfare infrastructure facilities are being developed at 12 locations across India at an estimated cost exceeding 70 crore rupees. Holistic initiatives such as Sagar Mein Yog promote physical, mental, and emotional well-being, while Sagar Mein Samman advances gender inclusion. Welfare must also go hand in hand with employment creation. India is modernizing maritime training institutions, strengthening employability and sea time linkage, expanding cruise and allied sector opportunities, and preparing seafarers for green shipping, automation, and advanced vessels. Friends, Maritime India's future will not be measured only by port capacity or cargo throughput. It will also be measured by how we treat those who sail our ships. As we move through the Amrit Kal, let's commit to fair recruitment, assured welfare, sustainable employment, and unwavering national support for every Indian seafarer. Thank you and Jai Hind.
With that message, we formally move to the inaugural welcome address, which marks an official commencement of the symposium. I have the privilege of inviting Shri Mukul Datta, Member Treasurer Seafarer Welfare Fund Society, to deliver the inaugural welcome address and set the tone for today's symposium. So may I request to kindly take the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar. On behalf of Director General of Shipping and Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, it is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to Symposium on Seafarers Recruitment and Welfare, Har Lahar, Har Jatra, Navika Kalyan. We are honored to have with us today our Honorable Chief Guest, respected Sri Vijay Kumar, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Guest of honor, respected Sri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, IAS, Special Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. We also warmly welcome our esteemed and respected Sri Sam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General of Shipping and Chairman, Seamen's Welfare Fund Society, whose insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussions. We welcome respected Sri Sushil Mansingh Kobre, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping and Vice Chairman, Seamen's Welfare Fund Society. We also welcome respected Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor to Government of India. We also welcome Captain P.C. Minasa, DDG crew, and look after the welfare activities. We welcome our respected dignitaries, dedicated participants, panelists, speakers, colleagues, and a special welcome to our seafarer. We meet today not merely for deliberations, but with a shared responsibility to strengthen the framework that safeguards the dignity, welfare, and future of the Indian seafarers. As we gather at this august venue, let us reflect on a simple yet profound truth. The sea does not belong to us. We belong to the sea, and our duty is to those who serve upon it. This sentiment lies at the very heart of today's deliberations on seafarers' recruitment and welfare. Today's discussions echo that very bond between the nation and its seafarers, between policy and practice, and between welfare and governance. Thank you all for being here. Let's make this event a successful, memorable, and inspiring symposium. Again, warm welcome to everyone. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Before we proceed further, we'll view the glimpse of the first edition of Symposium on Seafarer Recruitment and Welfare held in Mumbai on 21st August 2025, which laid the foundation of this ongoing dialogue at the national level. May I kindly request the technical team to kindly play video, and we'll look into the glimpse of the earlier event. Thank you. Moving ahead, our recruitment ecosystem forms the backbone of robust maritime workforce. To share key insights on RPSL related issue, it's my honor to invite our guest of honor, Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, cum Additional Director General, Director General of Shipping. So may we kindly request to address the gathering.
Good morning to all. Namaskar. Respected Sri Rajesh Kumar Sinha sir, Special Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. Respected Sri Shyam Jagannathan sir, IAS, Director General of Shipping. Sri Sushil Mansingh Kopde sir, Additional Director General of Shipping. Captain Santosh Kumar Darukar sir, Principal Officer, MMD, Kandla. Captain PC Meena, Deputy Director General of Shipping, Crew Branch. Sri Mukul Datta ji, our respected Sri Vijay Kumar sir, Secretary, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, address the gathering by a video message. And my colleagues, Captain Rajendra Poswal sir, Surveyor in Charge, MMD, NIDA, and senior officers from the DG Shipping, our Asmama sir, our Mate sir, DDG, F&A, and various other distinguished luminaries, especially the principals of the Maritime Training Institutes, Captain Pankaj Sareen and Captain Surin Narang and Captain Kohli. So many, they are all stalwarts of the maritime industry who is driving this movement from the capital city of Delhi. And the RPSL companies, shipping companies operating from the northern India, fellow seafarers, senior officers, and my dear cadets and the media. It's indeed a very happy occasion to be here in the capital city of Delhi to have this discussion on seafarers, placement and recruitment and maritime training issues. The both are closely linked. The seafarers recruitment welfare and seafarers training is both are interlinked. You can't increase the recruitment without having a quality seafarers. So that's the reason we have invited both the important sectors of this maritime industry, the Training Institute as well as the RPSL companies, including there are some shipping companies operates from this Delhi region. So they are also present here. I'm very happy that they are participating in this symposium. We are indeed grateful to the DG Shipping and Crew Branch and Seafarer Welfare Fund Society for organizing this conference. It is the second edition, followed by the last symposium held in August in Mumbai. So why are we doing this? Why do we have to come to Delhi and address this issue? Because it is one of the solemn mandate of the government to increase the number of Indian seafarers from present 12% to 20%. So that's the target. And we have to achieve this target by 2030. We have got only 5 years left. So can the DG Shipping achieve this target alone? It is not possible. So it is the person, the RPS companies and the Maritime Training Institute and the seafarers, they jointly, together with the support of the DG Shipping, we must move to achieve this goal by 2030 as mentioned in the Maritime India vision. So we have a target, every fifth seafarer should be an Indian. Honorable Prime Minister has recently mentioned during his speech in Maritime India Week that whenever we go abroad, you will find some Indian seafarer on ships. He mentioned it was a very proud moment for all of us that he mentioned this fact. Wherever we go, whichever part of the world, you will find ships, you will have an Indian seafarer. And we want to increase the number. So how do we achieve that? There are competing nationalities, Philippines, Chinese, and Eastern European countries. They are also supplying a large number of seafarers. Currently, we are in number 2 or number 3. As far as officers are concerned, I think we are far better than others. As per the report published by the DG Shipping, in 2015, 10 years earlier, we had a total number of seafarers 1,27,000 seafarers. And we have reached, within 10 years, we reached the level of 3,20,000 plus, which is more than 150% increase in the past 10 years. Similarly, we had a huge growth in the number of women seafarers in the past 10 years. We have reached more than 14,255 women seafarers. So you can increase the overall pool by increasing the number of women seafarers. So that is the reason government is promoting women seafarers. How could we achieve this? How did we achieve this number? Because the employment opportunities we got based on the performance of our Indian officers and Indian seafarers for the several decades, based on the commitment, based on the hard work, and based on the reliability and competency, the ship owners have a trusted Indian seafarers. So for every one officer, there is a employment opportunity for 3 rating opens up. So that is how, based on our past performance, the ship owners have chosen Indian seafarers. Now we need to move forward in that direction. And another thing I just wanted to highlight, currently 566 RPSL agencies are functioning in India. Out of that, 64 agencies in the northern region. This performance, what we have achieved in last 10 years, it was purely by the effort of the RPSL companies and the maritime training institutes. So I think we must give a big round of applause for RPSL companies and the MTIs. Because of their hard work, because of their commitment, so we could achieve that growth. Now we are aiming much further. We need to achieve that same, what we achieved in last 10 years, we need to achieve in next 5 years. So for that, the basic minimum is we need to improve the quality. Without improving the quality, we can't compete because of the wage structure. It is not possible. Our Indian seafarers can be placed higher than other nationality because we can see that yes, they are above others. How do we do that? That's the reason we have invited the maritime training institutes here. And the seafaring is a toughest profession. It is a very safety critical industry. And Indian seafarers are known for their performance despite challenging environment, despite challenging condition. So we need to maintain that culture, maintain that competency level. We cannot lose the opportunities because of our reduction of the competency standards. So when I am mentioning competency standard, it need not be only for officers, even for rating, even for a cook, even for a saloon rating. Everybody must improve their skill and improve their performance and to have a discipline. So the ship owner will automatically come come to India, and there are many countries they are showing interest. I'm sure that our RPSL companies must take advantage of this environment which is present here. And another thing I wanted to highlight, since it is an RPSL issue, I think our Secretary Sir has already flagged about the ethical recruitment practice, because currently what is being projected is there are some irregularities in seafarers recruitment. So we need to tighten the regulatory regime. It's only very few RPSL who does such kind of thing. So it is our collective responsibility to weed out such entities and so that the genuine companies can flourish. The RPSL rules, we have already uploaded the draft RPSL rules 2025, 2026 in DG Shipping website. I think Captain Meena and the entire team has worked very hard. RPSL companies and Ship Maritime Training Institute, all the stakeholders, please go through the RPSL rules and you can give a feedback before 12th January. So any suggestions are welcome. And we have mentioned, we have tried to simplify the regulatory mechanism. At the same time, we need to have a proper monitoring also. So there should be a rewarding mechanism for a best performing RPSL. So there is a grading system our DG sir has been advocating, that will be launched very soon, so that we know what is the level of each RPSL company. So there will be a 5-star grading and 3-star grading, with the aim that we need to improve each and everybody above the common minimum standards. So that is already work in progress, and we will be, our Director General of Shipping will be launching that grading system very soon, so that the seafarer knows which company they can trust. So they can go there peacefully and without any problem. Lastly, I wanted to tell my younger cadets and the seafarers here that we need to excel in whatever we are doing. Currently, we have already set a very high benchmarks among the seafarers of the various nationalities. So we need to excel our quality. So that's the reason Director General of Shipping is working to revise the curriculum for us seafarers, where many of you are very actively involved. We are removing all the absolute topics and trying to introduce the latest technologies, latest requirement which is required for the seafarer, so you are above the others. And in the rating side, there is a focus to increase the soft skills of the trainees. Language skills, there is a request that they need to be familiar with the other languages, because there is a specific demand for working in a specific sector. So if you can speak the, like a German language or various other languages, so we are focusing on that. And IT skills. Now the ships are going towards more and more automation. Autonomous ships are developed. There is a remote operator certification. There is a situation maybe in 10 years down the line, some of the ships can be operated by sitting ashore. So there is a remote operator qualification is coming up. For that, you need IT skills and cyber security skills are vital. So we are trying to bring in under our competency syllabus. And we are promoting ITI and trade qualification trained personnel in the GP rating stream, so that they can give value addition when they work on ship as be a fitter or any other work, they can do it. So this is how what the government is trying to do to improve the quality. At the same time, the RPSL and we all together must go for a global outreach to promote our Indian talent, so that the ship owners, be it a small ship owner, large ship owner, they must look for Indian seafarers. So that's a target. But while we are doing this, we need to promote the career in merchant navy, because if we cannot promote, then you won't get the best talent here. So for that, the series of promotional events are being organized. Even the Agniveers are being, there is a scheme to include Agniveer within the maritime sector. So the transition scheme will start next year. And the welfare measures which will be discussed at length during the day. what are welfare measures being initiated by the government for the seafarers to make the seafaring is a more attractive career. The welfare measures and the mental health and well-being measures, several schemes are being rolled out. I think it will be discussed at length. So we are trying to do whatever maximum possible to promote the best talent and retain the talent so that they can be employed by the global ship owners in order to achieve the target of 20%. I personally feel my own view is that I think we must reach 25%. It is possible, and there is a demand for the Indian seafarer. If you have a good quality and good discipline and toughness and ready to face the challenges, and we can reach the goal very fast. With this note, I sincerely thank the organizer for this symposium, and thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable perspective and guidance. Maritime governance today requires a fine balance between regulation, enforcement, and facilitation. To offer a strategic insights on RPSL challenges, I invite Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopade, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping, as our guest of honor. Sir, the podium is yours.
Respected Rajesh Sinha sir, Special Secretary MOPSW, respected Sham Jagannathan ji, DG Shipping, my colleagues on dais, Captain Abul Kalam, Sri Darokar ji and PC Meena ji, and my colleagues in front of me from DG Shipping, as well as the office bearers and the senior industry leaders, especially from MTIs and RPSL. They are here present today. In fact, this is our second symposium in this series of symposiums. We are planning to have a direct dialogue with RPSLs and MTIs as well. First symposium we had in Mumbai, and this is second one. We are today present here in Delhi, and I'm privileged to be here to be part of this symposium and talking to you directly. So there are certain things I'll try to highlight what we are doing and how we are planning to do it. First of all, as you know, my earlier speakers talk about it, that we are planning to achieve the target of 20% by 2030 as per the MIV. So that's the increase in quantity of number of seafarers, and at the same time, we are trying to have the same or maybe higher quality of seafarers in the maritime world from Indian perspective. So for that, we know the government monitors the professional life of seafarer very closely compared to any other industry. If you look into any other industry, government doesn't monitor the professional life of, say, any engineer in any industry. May it be electrical, electronics, mechanical, whatever engineer he is, they are not monitoring the professional life of him. But here in shipping industry, government monitors it very closely, and they try that he should get facilitated to maximum possible whatever he can get, whatever government can give him. Why? Because the difference is when a seafarer goes out, he represents India as such. The image of India as a whole, image of Bharat, depends on how he behaves outside, how he shows skills outside, how he works on the ships, because all other countries are watching him closely compared to other industries wherein mostly they are working inside India. So that is a very basic reason why government monitors it. And it is very much required, because when we want to achieve that target, unless it's an international industry, unless they feel that Indian seafarers are good, they are at that level, they're not going to employ them. the basic purpose or the idea behind it, we always believe that the man behind gun is more important than the gun. So ships or shipping is important, but the ship who's running the ship is more important than the ship itself. So that's why our focus is on training and welfare of seafarer, so that we can generate best quality seafarers in India. I know the professional life, how we monitor it starts from MTI, and after MTI graduates into the seafarer and he goes on the ship through RPSL. Thereafter his life is monitored through RPSL. So RPSL role is very, very important. We know that most of the RPSL, they are doing very good job. They are working very hard. In fact, because of them only we could achieve so far, as it was said earlier also, that we have reached from 1.2 to 3.27 lakhs seafarer within last 10 years, almost 2.5 times. So it's because of their efforts. But we need to weed out एक छोटी मछली जब पूरे तालाब को गंदा कर सकती है, तो we need to weed out them. Otherwise, we won't be creating a supportive environment. The government job is to create a supporting environment so that private players can thrive into it, those who are genuine, for the genuine companies. So our job is that also, that we have to weed out those type of RPSL which is doing some hanky-panky, or as you know, victimizing the seafarers, etc., etc. The fraud cases, they are increasing. So we are planning to have a separate plan that how to weed out them. So first of all, there are seafarers also here. I would like to tell them that before joining or before taking help of any RPSL, first go and check the website of DGS and try to see whether that RPSL is blocked or maybe suspended or maybe blacklisted. Please go through it, because that is the preventive measure you have to take. That's good for your career or your well-being. So you must do it. So that is the preventive measure we have thought of and we have put it on our website. Please go through it. And the other thing, the post occurrence. If there is occurrence or if there is some incident of cheating, you can always contact DGS, as well as there are police authorities. We can those who can take action. We are taking action by giving notices to them, by suspending or maybe blocking and blacklisting, or the police authorities, through police authorities. There are certain section is BNS, that is Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Like section 316 is criminal breach of trust. Section 318 is when you send the section 318 is that's a non-ethical recruitment, and the third one is we have the cheating section. 318 is cheating and 143 is non-ethical recruitment, and we are taking into consideration the IT Act 2000 as well, through which we can prosecute that RPSL. So there are means and ways through which we can do it, and our policy is of zero tolerance now. So we are observing zero tolerance for the corrupt practices. So there should not be any corrupt practices. So this is the point which I wanted to highlight through this symposium to such RPSLs which may be indulging in it. And this is a message for seafarers also. They should look into it so that their careers can be smooth. For the RPSLs, lastly, I would just like to say that there are various circulars of DGS, there are various acts, there are laws, rules. So most of you are complying with it. In fact, all of you are complying, maybe barring one or two maybe, who are against whom we are taking action. But what we wish is the compliance is not enough. You are complying as somebody is telling you to comply. it should come from within. It should be a self-motivated action that we have to do it, because it's not only that you are just providing livelihood to seafarers. It's because you are building a nation through it. You are building the image of our nation through it. If you are doing good job, the image of our nation will improve. And I hope you are doing it and you will continue to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of compliance, accountability, and systematic integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the keynote address, which will focus on recruitment and welfare of seafarers. As it has been rightly observed, the best way to predict future is to create it. The DG Shipping has been a forefront of creating that future for Indian maritime governance. It is my privilege to invite Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General of Shipping, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, may I kindly request to address the gathering.
Namaskar. Respected Rajesh Kumar Sinha sir, the Special Secretary of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. His presence here today is proof that at the highest executive level in the ministry, seafarer welfare and the growth of seafarers is a priority on the agenda of the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Respected Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopde sir, my eminent colleague and Additional Director General Shipping, Captain Abul Azad, the Nautical Advisor, Shri Santosh Darokarji, the Principal Officer MMD Kandla, and Captain PC Meenaji, the DDG crew processes. Eminent colleagues from the Directorate General of Shipping, representatives and RPSLs who have taken time out today to be present here. We are grateful for this interface with the Maritime Administration. And young and bright cadets who are present here, because it is your future that we are attempting to build. I will make a very brief presentation because we are all waiting for the address of the Special Secretary sir. The Secretary sir, due to his engagements, otherwise has been kind enough to send us a video message wherein you may have noted that focus was given on zero tolerance to corrupt and illicit practices in seafarer crewing and manning. Please permit me to make this brief presentation. This presentation has three aspects: crew welfare, crew recruitment, and DGS initiatives. I'll focus on crew welfare first. You all are aware that seafarers are key workers. The entire ministry, the entire Directorate General of Shipping gives VIP status to seafarers because you are key workers keeping the global supply lines alive and properly working for the entire country and also for the globe. You're truly global citizens and you deserve that respect to ensure your security and your welfare. As has been mentioned by my colleagues, today we may be just near about 12% of the global human capital in seafaring. We want to increase it to 20% or even more. And this is not mere numbers. We will focus on quality and competent seafarers because भारतीय नाविक की जो पहचान है वो विश्व स्तर में सर्वोपरि होनी चाहिए. It is a privilege to present the statistical growth. You can see that the number of seafarers has risen. The slide says it wrongly. It is more than 100% in the total year-on-year growth. The percentage of women seafarers may be less than close to 1%. However, more than 750% growth in the number of women seafarers. These are positive signs और इसी को बरकरार रखना है और इसी में आप सबकी पार्टनरशिप की आवश्यकता है. Concerns in the seafaring industry. All of the young bright cadets, when you start your seafaring career, please understand it's a wonderful career, but it has challenges. Those challenges are long periods away from home. Sometimes you are the only Indian in the crew in a vessel which is having a long stint at sea, 15 days, 20 days without port call. There could be bullying, there could be harassment. There is physical and mental fatigue. If you're a lady who has taken on to seafaring as a career, you may find yourself isolated sometimes. Onshore job opportunities, because you start with a contractual engagement. At the back of your mind, as you go higher up in your seafaring career, is also the part that I need to come back onshore and secure a career later. Who will look after my children? What about my family? And will my seafaring career continue perpetually? Cultural barriers. You may be going on a vessel which is of a foreign flag. As on date, as I speak, more than 90% of the Indian seafarers are on foreign flags. So it's not necessary that you will have completely Indian crew. Even the food that you are used to, घर का जो खाना है, वहाँ पे आपको curated Western menu मिल रहा होगा, because most of your colleagues would be Western. These issues, please understand, and we are working towards making you a robust and a balanced individual and a professional seafarer. This slide is essentially to highlight how difficult it is. These are the death cases and missing cases. हालांकि डीजी शिपिंग से हम ये मैसेज देते हैं कि ज़्यादातर नाविकों को और ज़्यादा हमें बढ़ोतरी देनी है. ये जो एक खामी है सेक्टर में, the risk management is also important and we all are a part of handling this risk. Why I'm putting out these death cases and missing cases is, please understand, the sea is enabling, but the sea also can be dangerous. And you need to treat this profession with that much of respect. I'll now come to the recruitment part, जो आज का मूल संदेश है, जो हम महानिदेशालय से आप सब RPSLs के साथ साझा करना चाहते हैं. This is the RPS companies in North India, including Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan and Haryana. Maximum numbers you will see is essentially in Maharashtra. And you will also see that suspended and blocked are also the maximum in Maharashtra. जो बात एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल साहब ने कही कि एक मछली सारे तालाब को, और one rotten apple can spoil the entire box of apples. Majority of us are doing good work. It is the gray color that is coming in with corrupt and illicit practices which we need to control. This is a list of the top 10 RPSL in Indian shipping companies, and we salute them and commend them for partnering India Maritime Administration in such an effective manner. The RPSL rules. We have placed the rules in front of the Ministry. Special Secretary Sir, along with the Secretary Sir, is ensuring that these rules will be revised. Aspects which have been revised in the MLC and other international conventions, including the specific aspects related to the labor code that we have adopted and also the ILO stipulations and mandate, will be woven into the new RPSL rules. They will make it facilitative for you to function, but difficult for you if you are not adhering to them. ये एक चेतावनी समझिए या आप सबसे साझा करने की एक चीज है कि चीटिंग और फ्रॉड को अवॉइड करें. पहले आपसे चर्चा हो रही है, इसके बाद पत्राचार, We will reach out to the media extensively, social media, talking about zero tolerance in corruption. आज की तारीख में भारतवर्ष का जो एक ग्लोबल परसेप्शन या इमेज है, the highest number of abandoned seafarers are Indians. Why is it so? Even if we contribute as one of the largest crewing nations, we need to ensure abandonment, stranding doesn't happen this much. And we are working towards that. We need your partnership for this. Now I'll quickly complete because we are all waiting for Special Secretary Sir's address. DGS के initiatives क्या हैं? Please bear with me if I'm slightly quick. RPSL module पहला है 24/7 grievance redressal system. RPSLs को ही अगर दिक्कत है, आप इस नंबर पे संपर्क करें. ये अभी स्थायी रूप से कार्यरत नहीं हुआ है. Right now, Captain Meena sir is leading a dedicated team, but this is physically handling whatever complaints we can do. CDC का issue हो, BSID का issue हो, sign off का issue हो, wage के issues हो, RPSL के renewals के issue हो, medical officer के renewals के issue हो, any seafarer having any issue with the processes, we are trying to ensure a 24/7 helpline. By 15th of April, I have given an assurance to both the Special Secretary and the Secretary Sir that we will make it functional. And we are working towards that. And we need your partnership for that. Because जब हम इसकी ढांचे को डिज़ाइन करेंगे आपके साथ पुनः इस पे virtually we will take your suggestions and आपके परामर्श उनको इन चीज़ों में incorporate करेंगे. The RPSL module अभी भी अगर आप मानेंगे uploading documents sometimes our login or using the online platform has problems. Some people have misused the gaps that are there on the electronic platform for backdoor entries, for illicit sign-ons, for e-migrate authorizations. We are checking that, but the technology stack had been a disabler. By April 15th, we will be on a new technology stack and a very handy kind of a system. Probably by the middle of next year, each of the RPSLs could also have a downloadable app which they can use for their dashboard and internal managements. We are just informing you about this. We will also get into comprehensive inspection programs of the RPSLs, as was mentioned, rating the RPSLs for their performance, for the services they have rendered, and putting this out in the open domain so that the choice remains with the seafarer who has the right competency to basically sign on at the effective RPSL and choose a good seafaring career. As I mentioned, abandonment, I will not take much time here. We are doing what is needed with the Ministry of External Affairs. एक ही चीज मैं seafarers को जो है विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ. 24/7, the administration will work side by side to ensure your security, repatriating you back. And please believe in us. We may be slow, but we will not let go of your hand, which has trust in us. This is what DG Shipping is doing on safe and ethical recruitment. And as I mentioned, I will come to that subsequently. यहाँ नूसी से आए हुए our partners who are now curating what is called as Sagar Mein Yog. These are 10 components of wellness. You may be in a difficult position, but these 10 components of wellness will allow you to provision yourself as a better seafarer. We are putting it up on a learning management system, and we hope you will help us refine it as time comes for the next generations. These are the components which we will be training mandatorily with each one of you. The idea here is holistic wellness. I'll be leaving this presentation and the note with anybody who is interested. We'll also be putting it up in our website, although it is being telecast live on YouTube also as we speak. Sagar Mein Samman is a salute to the women counterparts and inviting them to partake in the seafaring careers and in the maritime domain. One big thing, Captain Nitin Mukesh is not here, but we are also creating in every port Seafarers Club and Seafarer Welfare infrastructure in India. Seafarers globally, kahin se bhi Bharatvarsh mein aaye, they feel the same kind of a thing they feel in US, in basically countries like Australia, countries like Canada, where you've got good facilities when you come on shore from your voyage. We'll be providing this in all the ports over a period of time. क्रूज सेगमेंट में एक विशेष पहल कैप्टन मीना साहब ने करी है बिकॉज इंडिया हैज़ अ नेचुरल एडवांटेज इन द क्रूज सेगमेंट एंड वी विल कीप पुशिंग more and more willing young boys and girls into a professional career in seafaring. Thank you so much. आखिरी संदेश, zero tolerance towards illicit practices in crewing and any illegal practices in maritime training. We look forward to your partnership, and I'm grateful that you've given me this privilege to address and be one with you. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your visionary leadership in setting a clear direction for the sector. The welfare of the seafarer and the integrity of recruitment process are central to the sustainability of Indian maritime sector. These objectives require a cohesive policy direction, effective regulatory oversight, and strong institutional commitment. To share the perspective of the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways on these critical issues, it is my privilege to invite Guest of Honor, Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, IAS, Special Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Port Shipping Waterways, to address the Rajya.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Director General of Shipping, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan, additional DG, senior officials from DG Shipping, dignitaries who are present here from RPSL, from MTIs, and seafarer cadets and officials who are present here. First of all, let me compliment the participation of everyone in this symposium. It's one of the very critical parts of the maritime sector. It has been stated in every speech that you have heard till now that it is not the ship or the infrastructure that drives this. It is the human component of that. And this symposium, which is second edition of series of such symposiums, is focused to the human element of it, to the seafarers. You have heard that there is something called vision document, and you must know this, at least those people who are joining the sector now. Government of India, particularly our ministry, we have two vision documents. One, we call it Maritime India Vision 2030, which is barely 4 years from now. And then we have a Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, which when it was prepared, we had about 25 years of time period to reach 2047. So it was prepared sometime in 2022, launched in 2023. So when ministry works on various parts, various components of maritime sector, we do not work unplanned, without vision. It is certainly there is a purpose what we are doing, why we are doing what we are doing. There is a purpose behind it. There is a vision behind it. The vision is not a document that was prepared by the ministry in-house. And I keep saying it at every forum. This is a document. I'm talking about the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision document 2047. It's a document, it's a vision that was envisaged by the sector for itself. It is not prepared by one person or one entity. Every sector, every part of maritime sector had contributed, expressed their views, supplemented, objected, and then this document had come out. So it's a document that was given by the sector to itself, and therefore the sector is committed to live by that document. Now that document has a vision, what we should achieve in 2047 and also in 2030. It is a big chapter on seafarers. This document, it's available on public domain. It's also on DG Shipping website, on Ministry website. If you look at that document, and I would suggest that those who have not read it must go through it, at least that chapter which pertains to the seafarers. It has almost every component that we have discussed today, whether it is about recruitment, skilling, training, engagement, employment, post-employment issues, welfares, post-retirement issues, everything. Secondly, our vision is by 2030, India should be contributing about 20% of the global seafarers in terms of numbers. Currently, we are at the rate of in the percentage terms, we are about 15 now. When the document was prepared, it was 12%. Now we are about 15. In next 4 years, we should reach 20%. And it was also presented in one of the presentations, the number of opportunities, number of such shortfall that is arising globally. In I think DG's presentation, the number was there. But there are many other numbers there. In a recent Parliament committee, there was a presentation made by DG himself. It gave a huge number of opportunities in terms of employment opportunities, the number of seafarers that will be required globally, particularly in the European part of the world. So there is a huge opportunity of employment arising. As you would be knowing that we are currently, there is a scheme that we want to improve our shipbuilding also in the country. So there are a number of schemes that have been announced very recently. And we also want to improve the Indian flag seafaring, Indian flags, not seafaring, Indian flags. Just to give you small data, currently about 96% of our EXIM trade, 96% of our EXIM trade happens on foreign flags, foreign vessels. Our flags are very limited. The total number is about 1,540 something number is there. And the tonnage is hardly about 13 point or 14 point something. This 96% of EXIM trade, we depend on foreign vessels. So one word I used was dependence. And second is, which is hidden inside, we are spending nearly $100 billion per year. $100 billion per year. It's a foreign exchange outflow for payment to these 96% foreign flag vessels. It's a staggering number. It's a staggering number, not a small number. If we can, I got one analysis done sometime last year. If this trend continues, if we do not intervene, if the trend continues, what will happen? By 2030 or by 2047, India will be dependent about 99.6% for our EXIM trade. We will be dependent on foreign vessels if we do not intervene. So this is one area. If we have Indian flags increasing, this will also lead to more employment opportunities for Indian seafarers within country on Indian flags. So keep this data in your mind as you embark on your journey in this sector. I'm talking to the seafarers, the cadets now. One thing which I also feel very proud of, and all of us, at whatever forum we have interacted with, anybody I have interacted with at any forum, international, global, national, our seafarers have always been held in very high esteem because of their competence. Very high esteem. And this is directly stated by some of the foreign countries, their head of their DG shipping, their Directorate of Maritime Administration, their DGs, their ministers. They have openly admitted one of the best seafarers, they come from India. But what we presented today was the other side of it. You have to respect the sea. Seafaring comes with a challenge. It comes with an opportunity. And I was recently interacting with one group of cadets in one of the MTIs here, that you should have good bond, good friendship with your colleagues, not only in college while you're in the MTI, but even after that. What happens suddenly when you leave MTI, when you leave your college, when you leave your university and go to a working environment on a ship? Keep that friendship, that bond alive. Apart from your technical skills, that anybody that in any case is being taught to you, you will excel in that. But keep that other part, the human element, intact. Because I have seen in administration, I also see the other side of it. And the number was shown here, the number is very high. So when you are in distress, what helps you? Your technical skill and your personal skill. Both are important. And this is where the RPSL's role comes in. I did not know what RPSL is till about last year, when we were drafting the new merchant shipping bill. Now it has become an act of 2025. But last year we were discussing the various provisions, clauses of that bill. You know that you are basically governed by the Merchant Shipping Act of India. So we were drafting the bill and we were discussing clause by clause. And at every forum we had to go present. There'll be questions we have to answer. And that was the time when we realized that RPSLs are not properly governed through the law. There are hardly any provisions in the Act. We are trying to regulate the sector through rules without enabling clauses being available in the Act. If you know, provision has to be in the Act, then in the rules, then in the regulation, then in the government orders or policies. This is the flow of a direction. So there are hardly any provision in the Act. Something was being inserted, something had been inserted some years ago in the rules without any legal basis, without any legal strength or legal sanction to that. Then we realized this RPSL. What is RPSL? What is the role? Then I formed my own view. This is actually a gateway to employment. An employment exchange or employment agency. We call it recruitment and placement services licensee. So it's a licensed entity. License always comes with conditions. It is always given under a law. It is not a free kind of license. License is always with conditions. Those who hold license actually hold a public trust. When you take that license, you undertake to abide by conditions of law. So, today it has been repeated many times, and at the cost of repetition, I also state before you, abide by law. Because when it comes to taking action or decision, zero tolerance is the policy. Zero tolerance, and everybody, we have been dealing with RPSL cases now. Zero tolerance is the policy. Why? because your RPSL's conduct ultimately reflects on the life of a seafarer. How well the RPSL conducts itself is directly proportional to the welfare of seafarer. In last about 2 months, 2 months ago, I have been personally sitting with Mr. Meena and Ministry of External Affairs and our embassies in various parts of the world. We sat about 4 sittings or 5 sittings we had through VC. All embassies, they had joined us. We discussed every single case of Indian seafarer in abandonment. Every single case. It took many days, it took many hours of my work. The number of abandoned Indian seafarers was running into 830, which is a very wrong signal that we give to the world. Very wrong. While on the one hand, we are said to be the best seafarers in terms of skill, competence, but on the other hand, we had 830 seafarers in various stages of abandonment in different parts of the world. But fortunately, it's our job also. The Ministry of External Affairs, the embassies, Indian embassies in those countries and missions in those countries, they became very, very proactive and they're very responsive to our call. I personally had discussion along with him. Personally, we discussed with each single Indian mission. And yesterday I was told by Mr. Meena that number has come down from 830 to around 400. I have suggested that we hold another round now. Maybe as soon as I get time after the parliament session is over, then I hold another round of discussion and bring down this number to 2 digits. That is the first target that we set. Number should be brought down to 2 digits, and then we work on those focused, where are the critical cases. Another important point about RPSLs, now we have a new act, Merchant Shipping Act 2025. Once we make act, then we have to frame rules based on that. About 50 rules are being drafted under the Merchant Shipping Act 2025. One of the rules will be pertaining to the RPSLs. I think its draft is already in public domain. Yes. So all RPSLs, all, you must contribute to that rule. Please go through that. कितने पेज का है? 20 page. It will take you 20 minutes, not even 20 minutes to read. Every RPSL is under obligation to read those rules, set of rules, go through those 20 odd pages, suggest changes, make contribution, make it more robust, because it is these rules which is going to be implemented here onwards. Our target date is February 18th next year, when these rules will be finalized, approved, put in public domain for application, implemented. So all will be actually regulated through those rules, RPSLs. Please contribute, go through that first. First you go through that. We are still in the phase of consultation with the stakeholders. And I also suggest that you please look at this, even the seafarers in the MTI, they should also look at that document. It is not limited that one document has to be seen by only one person. These 50 documents are in public domain. Anyone can contribute, read, contribute, suggest on any of those 50 rules. But primarily, you please look at this set of rules. Secondly, what I have also, it was presented by DG Shipping, that you in public domain. It means on DG Shipping's website, easily accessible, easily visible, easily reachable form. RPSL का grading कर दीजिए. In whatever fashion you want to grade it. जैसे भी है. A, B, C, D or alpha, beta, whatever, in whatever fashion. Grade it, grade them. And put it on public domain. On your website. That also can be discussed with the RPSLs. In what way, what could be the set of parameters on which grading can happen. This could be not one, but multiple parameters. Grade them, put it on public domain. Similarly, I'm also trying for the MTIs. There's something already available, but MTIs, there also we are facing issues. So both RPSLs and MTIs should be properly graded and put in public domain for easy access. अभी पड़ा हुआ है, लेकिन मैंने बहुत ट्राई किया वहां तक पहुंच जाऊं डीजी शिपिंग की वेबसाइट खोल करके, मैं नहीं पहुंच पाया. तो मैंने बोला है कि बिल्कुल खोलते ही सीधे आंख में लगना चाहिए क्या सामने आ गया. बिल्कुल साइट खुली सामने फ्लैश. So that I have already suggested and we are going to work on that. Another point which, there are so many points to speak. You will see in November 2026 onwards, Agniveers will also be coming into your system. We already have a transition plan, a scheme ready, it's working well. And the movement, physical movement should start sometime in November 2026 when the first batch of Agniveers start transitioning from the Indian Navy to the merchant shipping. So be prepared for that. For the MTIs and also RPSLs, you can decide who performs what role. See, the maritime sector itself, there is a transition happening. Fast and properly announced. One is the IT part, the digital intervention in terms of navigation or maritime activity. And second is in terms of fuel transition. These two things which I have been hearing quite a lot in the ministry, and everybody has been, I've been learning from the sector people himself. So the seafarer should be ready with these two additional skill set also, apart from your regular maritime skill which you learn in the MTIs. One is the IT transition that is happening, digital transition that is happening. And second is about the what type of ship, what type of fuel the ship is using or will be using. You should be prepared for that. I understand, I know that some of the MTIs do teach these, provide these skill sets to their own seafarers, but I also learned that it is not imparted to everyone. So DG should work on this aspect also. Now before I conclude, I have talked about the MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, our Indian missions, Indian embassies abroad, how they have contributed to the welfare of the abandoned seafarers, protection of them. You have recently also had this Ministry of Home Affairs through their Bureau of Immigration. They've also come out with a new set of policy which makes it absolutely easy for an Indian seafarer in coastal waters for shore leave, for sign on, sign off. And also there is a facility for the foreigners who come as OEM personnel or technicians, for them also. So this kind of support from the government is always there, and we work towards it. It didn't happen overnight. I think for last about 1 year we have been working with this with the Ministry of Home Affairs, and they have been very prompt in responding. And very recently this order has come out. I think everybody should be knowing that and should read that also. In conclusion, it's a very good line to say, but let me say this. My message to the stakeholders. Stakeholder पे define नहीं किया कहीं पे, but we are trying to define it now. in one of the acts. First, to the RPSL companies, you take it that compliance is not a burden. Compliance is to lend global trust to your license. Your license should have value. That is why compliance is required. And that is why I was saying that you please go through the RPSL rules of 2026, the draft rules. To the MTIs who are present here, training must lead to employment, not only certificates. उसका डेटा भी मैंने देखा, भी बनवाया डेटा. If you look at the number of students who actually pass out of MTIs and those who actually get employed, the huge gap. So that needs to be addressed. To the industry and ship owners, Indian seafarers bring competence, discipline, and professionalism. Therefore, you invest in them. And to the unions and civil society, it is your partnership, your participation that keeps the system honest and responsive. So be with us. And to our all seafarers, including cadets and their families, we in Government of India, all ministries together, stand with you. Before joining, while you are in the service, and thereafter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable address in articulating Ministry's policy vision and commitment towards strengthening recruitment framework and welfare mechanism. I thank all the esteemed guests and dignitaries for sharing their valuable insight with us today. Before we conclude the inaugural session, I'll request Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping, to felicitate our esteemed guests and dignitaries on the dais with memento. I'll request DG Sir to present the memento to Sri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, IAS Special Secretary, Government of India, MOPSOW. A big round of applause. Now I will request DG Sir to present the memento to Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopre, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping. I will request DG Sir to present memento to Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, Additional DG, Director General of Shipping. Now I request Sir to kindly present a memento to Captain S.K. Darokar, Principal Officer, MMD Kandla. Last but not least, I'll request DG Sir to present a memento to Captain P.C. Mena, Deputy Director General of Crew. Now I'll request Captain P.C. Meena Sir to present a memento Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude the inaugural session. The deliberation that follows will further deepen the understanding and translate today's vision into an actionable outcome. I'll request all the dignitaries to kindly take the seats in the front row as we proceed ahead with the next session. I request all the delegates to kindly be seated. We're moving forward to the session 1, which is Seafarer Recruitment and Welfare Perspective from the Director General of Shipping, Government of India. The session brings together regulatory, institutional, and welfare perspective and will examine both existing frameworks and emerging challenges impacting seafarer and maritime stakeholders. I also thank all the delegates and participants to present here today with this huge number. And I hope the further event will go smoothly. I'll request all the delegates coming forward to stick to the time slots so that we ensure the smooth flow of the event.
Responsibility of the RPS and the shipowners, as what Special Secretary Sir has highlighted, The license carries a value. License carries a responsibilities. License is not for free. License is not for any doing unethical practices. So there are certain responsibility attached with that license. And what are those responsibilities? Is given under the MS RPSL rules. They are under revision currently on our website. So whatever the feedback you will give, we will accept that. And based on the review, we will incorporate in the existing rules so that it becomes a binding on everyone. So these are the only RPSL companies which we are trying to cater physically here and through YouTube across India. These are the top 10 companies, Indian as well as foreign. The abandonment of seafarers, Special Secretary Sir, DG Sir, Additional DG Sir, Captain Adyan Sir, all have touched upon the abandonment of seafarers. But just slightly I want to add on it. Why this is happening? We did a lot of study on all these aspects and we are in process, and very soon we will have a third party independent audit on all these RPSL abandonment matters. Whether it is resolved, not resolved, but in last 3 years, we have handed over to this new third party agencies, and where each and every category, each and every issue will be highlighted in that report, and based on the outcome of that report, we will be taking further course corrective measures so that we ensure as minimum as possible abandonment and we can address quickly. The death and missing cases, or DG sir has already touched upon, but the important aspect I want to highlight is here we need a feedback from the RPS. If the case goes little over 1 year, then RPS also do not follow subsequently. Why it has gone 1 year? Because there was some dispute. Either it could be at the RPSL level, it could be at the seafarer NOK side, it could be who is the legal here, who is the legal person, and it could be at a compensation commissioner. So there are many channels in it, but we need to follow up and close these cases as quickly as possible. There are many outstanding cases where the legitimate NOK or the legal heir is awaiting their compensation, due compensation. And at the same time, we have also written to RPSLs where their death cases are more. So to take a course corrective measures, look at your policies, look at your safety standards, culture among on boards. Why these things are happening? Are they not following the standard practices? There is no risk assessment before carrying out any job? Or are all these natural cases? So the feedback is yet to receive. Some of them, they have given very positive feedback. And the second, through that letter, we wanted to encourage the installation of a CCTV in accommodation areas. There are many cases where we see different kind of reports and whereas actually different thing has happened. But because of the non-availability of evidence, it becomes very difficult to identify and plug that issue. Because we don't even know what went wrong. Whatever reported on board or whatever reported by the company is the face value. RPSL rules 2016 is still in force and we are under revision. So RPSL rule says no person directly or indirectly should carry out this business without approval. But there are many people in India, any part of the city you take it, at least you will get 1 or 2. But all these unauthorized, unregulated persons, finally they have a contact point with the RPSL. Without RPSL, they cannot send anybody on board. They cannot get their sea surveys. They cannot e-migrate. That means those unlicensed persons have a contact with either any one RPSL. So it is the RPSL directly or indirectly who becomes responsible for that issue also. In many cases, we deal at the directorate, sir, I was not aware of this. He was my good friend and he just told me, sir, this is the candidate, you please e-migrate it. But he don't even know where he is going. In some cases, we realize that after 15 days of even unfortunate incident where his life is lost, still we don't even know which was the RPSL involved in it. So there are A to Z rules, everybody is aware of it. So I'll touch upon only very few. You need to maintain a list of all seafarers recruited through your company. At least you should be aware of it. But in between then there was a issue, sir, we don't have in the existing system how to download this thing. But recently, just 15 days back, we have given that privileges to all the RPSL companies. They can download their monthly report. They can download onboard status, how many people they have on different vessels. The rule B, RPSL shall ensure its management and staff is adequately trained. Trained means the staff must be aware of the seafarer rights, seafarer's obligations, the contract terms, the CBA terms. So he should able to educate the seafarers who's going first time. He has to be adequately trained. He should know how to do the e-migrate, what problems they face, how to address it. Not just for the sake of bypassing something, okay, you give this document, edit it, and let him go. But that is not the correct way. We'll come to that aspect also in the course corrective measures. One of the most important is shall establish system of protection by way of bank guarantee to compensate seafarers for any monetary loss that may incur as a result of failure of the recruitment and placement service. So we have the bank guarantee in place. Before the bank guarantee being utilized, we have the financial security system for all the vessels. But whatever happens in abandonment cases, there is no financial security system in place. The RPSL is uploading the vessel documents, the financial security document, as well as their MLC certificates, everything they have uploaded. But when you go and catch and talk to them, they say, sir, it is doctor document, it is not issued by us. When we check on their website, it is not available. That means the RPSL has failed to verify those documents before uploading in the system. Otherwise, all these cases should have not happened. If the ship owner is failed, whatever XYZ reasons, not able to care for seafarers, there is a financial security provider who is always there for rescue. But in those abandonment cases, there is no financial security providers. Another most important rule, RPSL shall ensure there is no fees or other charges is borne directly or indirectly, in whole or in part, by the seafarer other than cost of seafarers in obtaining a medical certificate, seafarer books and passport, or other similar personal travel documents, provided that the cost of visa, charges for pre-sign-on and post-sign-off medical examination, wherever required, shall be borne by the ship owner. But what is happening in 1% cases? The seafarer has been charged for everything in the name of service charges, in the name of interviews, in the name of placement, in the name of good vessel, in the name of higher GT. So the number is very high. Another most important responsibility I touch upon is RPSL ensure that all mandatory certificate and documents submitted by the employment for the employment are up to date and have not been fraudulently obtained, and that employment references are verified. So this is also important element that RPS should check the genuineness of those certificates and see their legacy, that he is sailing for last 5 years, 10 years, he's initially second officer, chief officer, and now he's master. So these are the responsibilities A to Z, which is given in your handouts also in the booklet, in the bag which we have given you. Now the two slides I have most important slides. One is challenges in the workforce management and the welfare. The e-migrate, in the first symposium also I have shown the same slides. The e-migrate. The earlier the e-migrate was there, you have a reference number. Many of these 1% people, they were just editing it in the name of genuine or different seafarers and allowed the seafarers to go. If the immigration officer is good enough, he will just verify passport, CDC, and if he has a doubt, then he will hand over that case to the fraudulent document case to the police stations at the airport. Seafarer do not have any way to go. He has to go to the police, he has to follow the process, and then he is criminalized. Because of whose fault? Because seafarer not even know this document is valid and all, but it has been given by someone. And when they contact the seafarers, he is not responding at all. So what we did now, we have communicated with the Ministry of External Affairs, and now this e-migrate reference number is linked with the individual passport numbers. So even if you wish to edit it, you will be caught at the airport. Now the immigration officer scan the passport, he see your e-migrate is valid or not valid with your name. So there is no way to temper this document now anymore. So seafarer also given under that one of the advisory which recently we released, how he has to verify. Somebody has given you a form 1. You just log in there On the website, you put your e-migrant reference number, automatically it will give you your passport number. Okay, whether it pertains to you or some other person. If it pertains to some other person, please do not travel. Do not go to the airport. Otherwise, they will put you behind the bars for no reason of seafarer. The second was the fraud and cheating cases. The fraud and cheating, here I will touch upon the documentary fraud and cheating. The RPSL in good faith accepted the documents given by their overseas agent or overseas person of contact or someone. These are the vessel documents, you please upload and you send the seafarers to us. But those documents are doctored documents, not verified. So it is the RPSL responsibility to verify the genuineness of all these financial security documents provided to them before uploading in our system. The service charges we touched upon already. The Form 1. The Form 1, the cost. If actual seafarer is going through actual companies, there is no issue. But again, we touched upon the less than 1% RPSL companies, which do not even know where these seafarers are going. Just on a monetary benefit, they issue a Form 1 and everything left to the agent. He will send his person somewhere Dubai or Iran or maybe in Malaysia or some other country. And when there is a problem happens, then nobody will able to help him. Even the RPSL does not even know where the seafarer is. The vessel capacity. In the last we have seen that some vessels, the RPSL companies have opened articles more than that certified capacity. One vessels, tanker vessels, we found at least 140, 150 contracts were opened. In tanker vessel, it's next to impossible. So now what we did is, we have started capturing the life-saving capacity of the vessels. And based on that, we will be mapping it. The deadline is given 2020-2026. So where all financial security documents are also being uploaded. So we have aligned that deadline is 25-2026. So before that, all RPSL companies to obtain the life-saving appliances, the Form E, where the number of person the vessel is certified. So you can only open that limit, provided certain X numbers we have kept for sign on, sign off and other things. The annual renewal audits issues. So in the new RPSL module, as DG sir has said, by April, we should able to make it live. So like on the training institute side, if you have not conducted any course for over a year, then automatically your license becomes invalid. The similar way in the RPSL also, if you have not done audit, if you have not sent any seafarers for over 1 year, automatically your license will become invalid. So that privilege will be stopped automatically. The seafarer grievances, we will touch upon later. Already DG sir has touched. Pre-briefing orientation. Good RPSL companies, they always brief the seafarers and they ensure that there is no issue happens at any level, whether it's airports, whether at a foreign ports or whether it is vessel. But additionally, what we have started for this orientation program, we will be soon coming out with the pranam counters at all the airports, beginning as a pilot trial at Mumbai International Airport. So these pranam counters will greet the seafarers before he just goes there, and then they ensure that he has got all valid documents, all company licenses, all Form 1, everything valid, and then he will go back to the next system. Otherwise, he will be sent back from there only. So all this criminalization should not take place with the seafarers. The new issue highlighted by the Bureau of Immigration and the MEA is the asylum seekers using the route of seafarers. Because for this seafarers, you don't require visa. You require OK to board, and then you go to the UK or Canada or the US based on OK to board. US you require C1D visa, but for the Canada and the UK, you don't require. If you are OK to board, is okay. And similar in European countries. Through just do the 5 courses and edit your Form 1 in name of someone else, some RPSL name, and somehow just you go out, and once you go out, then you just tear off your documents and you request for asylum. So this was a major issue highlighted by the government of UK as well as MEA, Bureau of Immigration. Then seafarer abandonment and death cases. Long pending settlements, but the major issue, vessel is already abandoned, and if seafarer is died, who will take care? The owner is not there, insurance company is not there, and embassy has got a limited outreach at sea. So it becomes a very challenging situation to deal with this kind of issues. If it is Indian waters, we have Indian Navy, we have Indian Coast Guard, we can always request. But if it is in such a place where there is no help can be rendered immediately. Smuggling fuels, there are recent cases as spiked up, smuggling fuel, other things, but there is no fault of seafarer. It is the owner who is finally getting monetary benefit, but innocent seafarers are being victimized. Whatever it is, fuel smuggling or anything, any cargo you load, genuine or illegal, anything, it's all the benefit is the owners or the charterers, not the seafarers. But the seafarers are automatically become victimization of these issues. The lack of seafarer rights and code of conduct. So this, after a lot of deliberation with the stakeholders, we came out with circular, the DGS Order 10 of 2025, which talk about the seafarer code of conduct and which is effective from 1st 1st January next year. There are certain, again, seafarer, we have here the new seafarer, especially the cadets and all, they should have a pre-sponsorship, but many of them either at that time the RPSL is closed or either RPSL do not have that capacity to place you on ship. So for the seafarers, the one is the training. In the mainland, hinterland, there is no awareness. Even if you look at your neighbors and all, they don't even know what is merchant navy field. So someone good friend of them just convince them and take him to different routes. The non-DGS approved training institutes, they will conduct the pre-C courses approved by the MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs Institutes, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, and then they will give you a 5 days courses, the five courses, issue a Indian CDC. They will say you have did pre-C, you have done 5 days, and you pay, and you already paid them 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs. So these are the issue where the training, there is no genuine link of the training and the support thing. Because whatever the pre-C they did it is just within one house or maybe within one field or maybe in just one garden or something. Hidden service charges, we already touched upon. The fraud and cheating cases, the doctored documents, air tickets, Form 1. The Form 1 we have already taken care. And the additional thing in Form 1, what we did is, at the immigration, the Form 1 was been requested even the Indian ship owners, which earlier it was exempted, and even many other categories which do not require to carry Form 1. But now, after a lot of efforts, discussions with Bureau of Immigrations, we have made it the Form 1 for all RPSL as well as Indian ship owners, as well as the non-seafarer category of the seafarers. So anyone XYZ person joining vessel must carry Form 1 through valid RPSL. And a list of valid RPSL is live on our DGS website. So any seafarers, any shipping company, any stakeholders wants to see whom I'm interacting, you please go visit our website and see I'm interacting only a valid, genuine RPSL. So if you are interacting with valid, genuine RPSL, if something goes wrong, they are there to help you. But if you interact with the invalid or blocked or temporary blocked RPSL or unregistered people, then there will be always a problem, always an issue. Correction of sea service and update of missing data. So seafarers are just made to run from pillar to post. Why? Because the RPSL has not updated in due time. And why this thing happens many times, majority of the cases what we see at directorate is from the RPSL companies which they don't even know where the seafarer have gone. If he is in touch with the ship owner, then there is no issue. He knows what time he came in India and when he's signing off, so he update automatically. And in those cases, we also have a problem to verify genuineness. Whether it is a genuine seafarer, it is not a doctor document submitting to us, he has gone there and he is submitting for updating. Seafarer grievances, we have online system, the legacy system, as well as the manual system. The briefings, other things we have already touched upon. Okay, since we launched this 24/7 hours grievances, last year total grievances on the online portal was around 1100. But this year we have gone up to 3000. So each and every email, WhatsApp or online system, whatever we have currently through the Seafarers profile and the RPSL profiles, the total registered grievances is 3000. 90% of these grievances are addressed within 1 day or 2 days, but there are still 10% grievances which take longer than the required times. Because there are multi agencies involved, the seafarers' wages are not paid, the RPS has not received the wages from ship owner, and the RPS is not paying it. He is already signed off or not signed off, But there are multiple agencies involved in these cases. But the grievances have gone high. Okay, doing this, what Directorate has done in recent times, the crisis management and grievances review meeting every week on Wednesday 9:30. The top management of the Directorate, all principal officers, all surveyor in charge are monitoring every week all grievances, all crises specifically. So any kind of death, any kind of abandonment, any kind of medical care in India or abroad for the seafarers, we review directly at the DGS. So DG sir is chairing that meeting every week 9:30 without fail. The second is 24/7 hours seafarer support system, which is available, and all these people team is sitting at the DGCom center. And recently we are in process of hiring five more staff to make it more robust and to address all these issues where it takes time. So we are having manual system as of now, but by April 15, we will be having a more robust artificial intelligence driven software with people to address these issues. SOP is for simplified grievance handling. This is already finalized, but we are in process to release it on the website. MLC compliance board is operational and very effective. All new RPSL companies to make. So the new RPSL companies, we know that whom they are promoting it, whom they are working it for, where, what is their issues, what is their policies, what is their vision. So they have to make PowerPoint presentation to the MLC compliance board. Vessel acknowledgement by seafarers. If the seafarer has sent you, if the RPSL has sent you on a different vessel, you have an online mechanism where you can report. Okay, sir, I have given contact for X vessel, but he's placed me on Y. You don't need to communicate. You don't need to send email. You don't need to tell or telephonically to anybody. You just report to us. We will ensure that it is addressed on time. So through your profile. The next is online training sessions for middle. This all we completed, we did it, but we will do again second round of this thing. Limiting employment on board vessel linking to LSA capacity already operational. The key workers, it is already addressed in the MS Act 2025. Once MS Act come into force, then automatically it has been taken care. So additional things we have received from these fraudulent cases where the seafarers FIRs are not being registered by the police stations. They says you are from different jurisdictions, different place, there is no evidence. So we have wrote to all the Director General of Police of all states from the DGDO letters that please help us. They are the key sea workers. Whatever the fraudulent activities happen with them, you register the FIR and take the necessary actions. So second round of this, we will be taking through the Ministry of Home Affairs, where directly at the top level, we want to address the seafarer issues. Short videos awareness, which we are already doing it. We have a WhatsApp book with the FRROs also in case of any issues, anytime. Amendments to visa manual already discussed. Non-compliance of RPSL audits rules already we have discussed. Shore leave SOP also been implemented. Upgradation of the ICP facilities, this is in process. In Gujarat, from 1st June 2025, they have stopped ICPs operated by state governments, but 3 or 4 of them they have already made operational, and 3 or 4 probably within 10-15 days will be again operational. Seafarer manual would have come, but because of all these legislative changes, we have put on hold. So once we are sure about the rules and the regulations, and then we'll be making it live. Action against RPSL seafarers and the fake sea service in CDC. There is new guidelines, DGS Circular 43 of 2025. Code of conduct is coming in force on 1st 2026. Mandatory audits. So one audit has to be done by the surveyors of administration. Earlier, all this RPSL audit was the RO, but one audit will be now carried out by the surveyors of the administration. Seafarers can view their live status of valid, invalid, blocked RPSL companies. So it is for the seafarers to see whom they are interacting. Seafarer e-migrate number is also linked with the passport. So there is no way now the seafarer can cross the borders as a seafarer without valid RPSL. So there are few way forwards which we are working upon. The digital contracts for seafarers. Under the new act, there is a provision, the seafarer employment agreement has to be there for all seafarers, whether Indian vessel, foreign vessels. So existing article of agreement, we will upgrade to the seafarer employment agreement for all seafarers. Again, making it digital where the RPSL responsible persons will be digitally signing it with the Seafarers OTP based verification. So there is no question of just given by the contract by different people other than the authorized RPSL persons. 24-hour CR support system, yes, we are working on it. Enhanced bank guarantee has already been considered. RPSL CIP grading. So RPSL, the checklist we have upgraded, and the CIP now we will work upon. Affordable insurance, there are many issues going on. There are many talks going on, but not at a conclusive talk. So we are working on this. Promote only the qualified individuals. Blacklisting of substandard vessels, and there are few flags also we have received the reports. They are not the genuine flags. Even the IMO has also highlighted those flags, and many of the RPSL companies are sending seafarers on those vessels also. So if there is a problem, the flag state will not help you. So this is our 24/7 hours grievance support system, which anybody can reach out any time of the day, night, or wherever they have a problem. So with this, thank you very much and all the best, and whatever the best positive takeaways, please take it. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Meena, sir, for clearly outlining the responsibilities and challenges faced by RPSL companies and the way forward for the industry embedded within the existing regulatory framework. Moving ahead, building upon the regulatory perspective, now we turn into the evolving dimension of seafarers, welfare, and the future initiative. I invite Shri Hitendra Bawdekar, Chief Administrative Officer, Seafarer Welfare Fund Society, along with Shri Sumit Patra, Technical Consultant SWFS, to share their insight. I kindly request all the speakers to kindly follow the time schedule to ensure the smooth flow of the event. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, let me welcome Sri R.K. Sinha, Special Secretary to the Government Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Sri Shyam Jagannathaji, DG Shipping, as well as the Chairman of this SWFS Society, Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopade, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping, as well as the Vice Chairman of the SWFS Society, Captain Abdul Kalam Azad, Nautical Surveyor, and Principal Officer at Mumbai, and Captain S. Darogaji, Principal Officer Kandla, the RPSL representatives, all the maritime training institutes and fraternity, as well as the seafarers and the cadets who are present here. Myself, Hitendra Bawdekar, from the Chief Administrative Officer of the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, I will give the presentation about the SWFS and the various welfare facilities being provided by the society. SWFS Seafarers Welfare Fund Society is a central organization set up by the Government of India for providing the welfare facilities to the seafarers, and it is registered as a charitable society under Societies Registration Act 1860, as well as the public trust under Bombay Public Trust Act in the year 1966. The welfare schemes which we are following, we have implemented so far. I will just give the brief about these schemes. First is the survival benefit schemes, invalidity benefit schemes, family benefit schemes, then maternity benefit schemes for the women seafarers, then old age benefit schemes for the retired and who has attained 65 years of age, then death on board benefit schemes, ex gratia support benefit for the abandoned seafarers, then award to meritorious children of the seafarers, and also we are the custodian of the seafarers gratuity. The details are available in the provided in the bag provided to you. This is the survivor's benefit scheme. This is provided to the seafarer's nominee who where the seafarers expired after this sign-off period within 24 months, and we are providing 4 lakhs of rupees to the seafarers nominee, and provided the application is submitted within 3 years after the death of the seafarer. This certificate, we have to make the application for this nominee has to make the application to the the applicant nominee has to make the application to the Seafarers Welfare Society along with the nomination forms. The death of the seafarer, whatever the nature of the death could be, then we are providing the 4 lakhs rupees to the eligible beneficiary to the nominee. The next is the invalidity benefit schemes, where the seafarers become permanently unfit due to some accidental injury, where he has lost any limbs for the and he become permanently unfit due to the for the seafaring profession. This is also during off-article period scheme. After the sign-off within 24 months, something happens to him, then we are providing 6 lakh rupees to the seafarer. Where we require the certificate from the DG approved medical practitioner and the discharge medical support report card from the hospital. Then is the family benefit welfare schemes, where we are providing the training, the seafarer children who has completed the pre-sea training course or any 2 years postgraduate degree diploma courses restricted to his 2 children. We are providing 50,000 rupees for completion of the pre-sea training course and rupees 25,000 where the seafarer child is completed of the postgraduate degree diploma course. Then is the maternity benefit scheme. It is applicable only for the female seafarers, where we are providing 25,000 rupees to the financial assistance to female seafarers restricted to 2 deliveries. Then there is old age benefit scheme we are providing to the seafarers who has completed 65 years after 2014 and who has completed minimum 6 months of service during their 55 to 60 years, and where we are providing 50,000 rupees as a quantum one-time lump sum amount to the seafarers. Then there is, we have recently started death on board benefit schemes where we are providing to the nominee of the deceased seafarer who expired on board or any nature of the death or missing or presumed death, whatever it may be, we are providing 2 lakhs rupees to the nominee. In the ex gratia support benefit scheme, we are providing 10,000 rupees per month to the family of the stranded or abandoned seafarers. And this provision is provided when it is confirmed by the DG shipping that okay, the particular seafarer is abandoned or stranded, and we are providing this assistance for 12 months up to maximum 1,20,000 rupees. Then also we have a scheme for awarding meritorious child of the seafarers, where the seafarer child has got some rank, first rank in degree or postgraduate non-maritime scheme, where we are providing 25,000 amount to the seafarer. Yeah. Then there are some key challenges we are having it, because these schemes, though is there and all the things, are not aware to the seafarers and all the things, because at present it is the manual progress is there, manual process is there, as well as there is no website. So most of these seafarers as well as training institutes are not aware, or RPSL companies are not aware about these schemes. This is also the there is also another is the accessibility issue, because most of the families, seafarers families, are available are staying in remote areas of the remote areas of the India, and hence it is very difficult for them to apply. Then there is a financial then there is in Seafarers Welfare Infrastructure Invest. Now I request Mr. Sumit Patra to make the presentation for the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhavalika sir, for informing us about the initiatives that have been taken by the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society in the form of schemes. Now I would like to add on to what has been already mentioned by most of the dignitaries about the Seafarers Welfare Infrastructure upgradation projects that we are taking up in all over India, the major port cities of India. I would just like to mention that through DG Shipping has taken up the initiative for with the portfolio of around 12 projects across major Indian port cities, where we are going to upgrade or create seafarers welfare clubs, so that for seafarers that are visiting the cities for preparation of exams, signing on, signing off, have facilities to stay aboard. And so looking into that initiative, I would just like to mention that why we are doing and what we are doing, and how we are going to do it, the whole process. I would like to explain it quickly. So first thing is our mission. So the issues with most of our club is that it is not up to the mark that has been set by the Maritime Labor Convention, and because of that we are not matching the international standards. So for that, for a country which has more than 2 million seafarers visiting it in its port and around 3 lakh active seafarers, we believe that we should have infrastructure that is enough for the recreation facilities, and infrastructure should be enough to board them. So for this, I would like to just highlight the problems that we are facing right now. As of right now, the clubs that we have are, we can say, heritage in nature. So for example, the Marine Club in Kolkata, it was established in 1925, and as we can see, the images of the club, it is a 100-year-old building. And similarly, for the other various other clubs that are present in India are in the average age of 40 to 60 years. So because of this, there has been a because of the deferred nature of the maintenance that has been taken up in these clubs, we are facing issues like structural cracks and water ingress in all of the rooms. Whoever has stayed in all of these facilities, they might have noticed it. Apart from this, the electrical wirings need to be reworked. The plumbing systems have worn out. The fire safety systems that are present in the structures are nominal, and universal accessibility that needs to be adhered to is also minimal. So in order to address all of these issues, the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society and DG Shipping has taken up 12 projects in its pilot initiative to repair, maintain, and upgrade the existing infrastructure. So the projects are present in various port parts of the country. That is Maharashtra, Patna, Kolkata, West Bengal, and Chennai, Kochi, and Goa. All of these locations have been implemented, like the projects are being implemented in these locations for looking at the footfall that is there of seafarers in these locations. We are trying to develop Seafarers Club in all of these locations. Once we are done with the development, we'll be able to provide accommodation to more than 150,000 seafarers annually. This is basically 1,200 rooms to be 1,200 rooms in different capacities being present all over the country. So what we are going to provide and what we are going to build is rooms with Wi-Fi, air conditioning, private or semi-private bathrooms. The rooms will range from family suites, individual suites, and dormitories. And we will also like to we'll be also providing facilities like swimming pools in certain location, and other recreational activities like badminton, table tennis, pool, snooker. I've seen this trend where snooker is very popular among seafarers. Apart from this, there's libraries, first aid help in the locations, and dining facilities which will have Indian continental Asian food available for every CDC holder that is visiting our country, and all Indians seafarers. So this is what we are trying to provide at all of these major port cities. In order to ensure that the initiative is implemented in a very proper manner, the governance structure has been established in the form of the Seafarers Welfare Board Audit Team, which is being chaired by the Deputy Director General of Crew. And then there is the Port Welfare Committee, which will look after the day-to-day maintenance of these clubs. So these bodies have been established in the tripartite format so that everyone who needs to have an opinion has the opinion and can look after the location and this will be overseen by the Committee of Management, which is being chaired by our Honorable Director General of Shipping. The roadmap is basically at a glance that by the beginning of 2028, we'll have 12 fully functional MLC compliant facilities all over India. What we achieve with this is that we can board more than 150,000 seafarers annually. We'll be creating 1,000 plus jobs in all of these the clubs. The 2 million plus seafarers that are visiting our country will have a place where they can find our culture and rest and relax, so that when they're comparing us to the international the other countries and the Seafarers Club in other countries to India, they don't say that we are less or they are more. So the 100% MLC compliance is being achieved through these initiatives. So thank you so much everyone for listening to me.
Thank you to the speakers for the combined valuable insight and forward-looking welfare initiatives and the roadmap ahead. Moving forward, social security remains a cornerstone of seafarer. To present a perspective of the Seafarers Provident Fund framework, I invite Sri Surendra Kumar, Commissioner, SPFO, to address the gathering. Sir, the podium is yours.
Good afternoon, Namaskar, respected Sri Sushil Man Singh Khobde, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping, officers present from Director General of Shipping, distinguished guests, our seafarers, and ladies and gentlemen. I will give some presentation on the Seamen's Provident Fund organization, which is also a welfare of the seafarers. So this organization, this Seamen's Provident Fund organization is a self-financed autonomous body framed under the Seamen's Provident Fund Act, elected by Parliament to administer the Seamen's Provident Fund scheme, 1966. No. The Seamen's Provident Fund scheme. The Seamen's Provident Fund scheme, framed under the Seamen's Provident Fund Act 1966, was introduced to provide for the institution of Provident Fund for all seamen in view of the obvious needs to provide old age retirement benefit to the seamen members engaged in the shipping industry, merchant navy, and to their family members in the event of death. This is administered by the Board of Trustees constituted by the Government of India. This is the Seamen's Provident Fund is vested in the and administered by the tri-party Board of Trustees consisting of the government appointed chairman, 3 representatives each from the central government, employers and employee. Is constituted under Section 5 of the Seamen's Provident Fund Act 1966. The Director General of Shipping is an ex officio chairman of the Board of Trustees, and the Commissioner is the Chief Executive Officer and the Secretary to the Board. The members of the board of trustee are nominated for the term of 5 years. Now we will come to the contribution. So the contribution, the seafarers, the shipping companies are, they have to deduct the 12% of the basic wages and leave wages from the salary of the seafarer, and the same matching contribution they have to give, and the both amount deposited to the Seamen's Provident Fund as a contribution of the Provident Fund for the seafarer. So the para 26 yeah. So this is the year-wise breakdown. How much rupees we have received contribution during the year, and number of members of the seafarers member of the fund. So in 2020-21, you can go through the figures. In 24-25, we have received the 262.95 crores as a provident fund contribution from the shipping company. And now, as on 31st March 2025, the number of seafarers are 1,22,310. This is the damages provision. Those shipping companies are not depositing the provident fund within the time. This is the scheme says within the 30 days. Within the 30 days of the payment of the seafarers, you have to deposit the provident fund with Commissioner Seamen's Provident Fund. If you are not depositing the provident fund, there are provision in the Seamen's Provident Fund scheme, 15% damages will be recovered from the employer. So this is also the year-wise breakdown, how much we have recovered from the employer as a damages. This hearing for defaulter companies. There are provision in Section 9 of the Seamen's Provident Fund Act. The Seamen's Provident Fund Commissioner may by order determine the amount due from any employer and may conduct such inquiry as may deem necessary, and as per Section 16, whoever contravene or make default in complying with any provision of this act are punishable with imprisonment or fine. These are the provisions. Those who are defaulter company, there are provisions, they can be punished accordingly. Section this accordingly 7 shipping companies we have called this year-wise data. We have called for the hearing. We have recovered this much amount. This is presented in the presentation. This privilege to the members. This main objective of the Seafarers Provident Fund is to provide the financial assistance to the seafarers. So during the service, they can also withdraw their amount, whatever amount lying in their account. That is called non-refundable withdrawal. There are separate clauses, and some requirements are there. They can apply to the Seamen's Provident Fund organization for the as per their requirement, like unemployment, illness, withdrawal from purchase of dwelling house or flats, or construction of house, then meeting expenses in connection with the marriage of member of the family of seamen, or higher education of the children. This final withdrawal, that was the non-refundable withdrawal. That is during the service they can withdraw the amount as per their requirement. This is final withdrawal. On superannuation or medically unfit or voluntary retirement, there are 3 clauses. On that clause, they can claim the final withdrawal amount from the Seamen's Provident Fund organization. Whatever amount lying in their account, they can be paid on receipt of the application. So year-wise breakdown is in the presentation. In 24-25, we have settled the 1429 cases. The total amount is 71.06 crores. This is seamen. As per para 60, this is as per para 60 of the Seamen's Provident Fund scheme. The provident fund amount of the deceased seamen is payable to his nominee or on priority basis, and if no nominee on the records. Here I would like to highlight some points. This nomination is very important in the Siemens Provident Fund organization. All seafarers, particularly young seafarers, those who are going to join the seafaring profession, they must fill up the nomination form in Siemens Provident Fund organization, because it's very difficult. If any unfortunate happen, then very difficult for the Siemens Provident Fund Commissioner to settle your amount to your family. So it is requested to all the seafarers, all the members who are available here, they can guide to the seafarers. You must fill up the nomination form so that your legitimated dues, whatever is available with the Siemens Provident Fund Commissioner, that can be paid to your legal heirs or your nominee. Many cases are pending in Siemens Provident Fund organization. We are writing to the collectors, district magistrate of all over India for legal hardship report, but not getting in time. So many cases are pending. So that I request you to please fill up the nomination form. This now is the totally this digital payments is available in the Siemens Provident Fund organization. Only RTGS, NEFT payment, nothing, no check, nothing is, nobody has to come in the Siemens Provident Fund organization. You have to apply, you will get your amount in your bank account. Rate of interest. This every year government is announcing rate of interest, whatever amount your balance in the account. So in 24-25, we have declared the 7% rate of interest that is credited on your account on the 1st of April 2025. This year, it may be changed. So this 5 years data we have given 7%, 5.75%, 7.6%, 7.40. Last year we have given the 7%. This investment, whatever amount is lying in the Siemens Provident Fund organization, that is to be invested in the market to generate the interest, so that that amount only we are distributing to the members as a interest. So investment as per the para 44 of the SPF scheme, the money of the fund shall be invested as per the pattern of investment and guidelines framed by the Ministry of Finance by Gazette notification so and so. As per Ministry direction, GFR so and so has appointed, we have appointed, SPFO has appointed the consultant, portfolio manager, custodian who provide various services pertaining to investment of SPFO, which are as follows. Consultant, they are monitoring the performance of the fund manager. They are submitting every month report submitted to the board of trustee meeting as well as the government. This portfolio manager, this is SBI FM, is our now portfolio manager. He is managing our fund. And this second is the custodian, who is custodian of our portfolio. So this all custodian of SPFO, the nature of our custodian is as custodian for providing custodial services and review the existing structure of fund flow, follow up instruction for cash and securities required to carry out investment and purpose changes in the existing structure. The position of investments and interest earned from the total investment during the last 5 financial years. So this is the data. So presently, as on 31st March 2025, the total corpus of the Siemens Provident Fund organization is 3,746.73 crore. And interest earned during the year is 255.37 crore. Year-wise growth of fund during last 5 years. So this 24-25, seafarers, number of seafarers are 1,22,310, and total amount is 3,746.73 crore. The growth percentage is 13.65%. Administrative charges. As per the Siemens Provident Fund scheme, because SPFO is the self-financing institution, so government is not going to give any amount to run the office. So there is provision in the Siemens Provident Fund scheme to charge the 5% administrative charges from the employer on the total contribution of the seafarer, employee and employer share. From that money, the office is running. This all administrative expenses are going to be expended from this fund only. This computerization. There are in 1998, the in-house software was developed in the SPFO, which is now also working. SPFO has introduced web server for seafarer and shipping companies from October 2020, through which the seafarer view their Provident Fund account, submit claim for non-refundable withdrawal and final withdrawal, and shipping companies can submit Provident Fund statement by visiting SPFO website, that is www.spfo.gov.in. Seafarers need not to run here and there. They are not required to visit the SPFO office. They can fill up their forms online by visiting our website, and their claim will be processed by the SPFO and amount will be credited their bank account. We are also working on the development of new software with the consultation with DG Shipping, which is in the progress. That will be more effective if it will be developed. The budget, this for administration accounts, we are making the budget, submitting to the board, sent to the government for approval, and then the expenditure is going to be done from that budget only. Audit. There are internal auditor who is auditing our accounts quarterly basis, which is the Chartered Accountant firm. Apart from that, the Controller and Auditor General of India, that is C&AG audit, is every year, and after every 5 years, that is the transaction audit. So this is the audit provision in the Siemens Provident Fund organization. Annual accounts and annual reports. We are preparing annual accounts and annual reports, put up to the board, and it goes to the government for lying in both the houses of parliament. Ongoing proposal, there are two proposals. We are working on that. That is Seafarers Annuity Fund Scheme and Seafarers Gratuity Fund Scheme for the seamen. So it is required to be amend the act. For that we are working. There are provision. We have already taken the decision, or with consultation with the, now it's going on, not finalized. The 10% of the wages the employer should contribute as an annuity fund scheme. So for that amount, we will introduce the annuity fund scheme for the seafarers, so that they can get the regular income after the ceasing of seafarer profession. This gratuity fund, presently the gratuity fund is held by with the Siemens Welfare Fund Society. So that is also proposal that amount should come to the Siemens Provident Fund organization. So under the one umbrella, that is the Provident Fund, that is the annuity fund, and the gratuity, that can be helpful for the seafarers. They can come in the one office and they can get their all the dues. This proposal has been forwarded to the government. This is all going on. Some query has been raised by the ministry and some employer side. So we have to comply with this, and we have to send to the government for amendment of the act. This achievements of the SPFO, we have also this, like Symposium, we are also conducting, the SPFO itself independently conducting the 2 DN Mela in the year. That is the recommendation of the Parliamentary Committee on Subordinate Legislation. We have to do the 2 social seafarers awareness program in different part of India. So we have done in the Mumbai, Calcutta, Cochin, Patna. Further we will do in some other cities in India. So this is the awareness program of the seafarers. There we are highlighting about the DN form and online procedure of documents required for final withdrawal and non-refundable withdrawal, how they can fill up the form, what are the documents required. This all we are guiding to the seafarers during the DN Mela. Settlement of unclaimed cases. Unclaimed cases, there are 5,000 unclaimed cases pending in the Siemens Provident Fund. Those seafarers above the 60 years age but not claimed till to date. They are very old, some 80 years, some seafarers are 85 years. So we have signed one MOU with the Postal Department to reach the seafarers' present address, available address with the SPFO to settle the claim. So we have received the 1,300 cases till date through his initiative method of reaching the seafarer. And we are settling the claim of the seafarers which are lying unclaimed in the Siemens Provident Fund. Grievances portal. We have launched the website grievances portal in July 2025. Seafarers can visit our website. They can lodge their grievances through the grievances portal. The grievances received in portal are resolved within 3 working days. Reports of the grievances portal are placed MLC Compliance Board meeting twice in a month with DG Shipping as well as during the Board of Trustee meeting. So this is about the Siemens Provident Fund organization. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the role of social security mechanism in safeguarding the long-term interest of seafarer. Moving forward, I can see on all the audience faces, we are looking forward to the lunch. We have passed the time, but I'll request the next speaker in order to move forward ahead to be little brief. Our next speaker is to highlight the flagship welfare initiative of Sagar Mein Yog and Sagar Mein Samman of the Directorate General of Shipping that focuses on the physical and mental social well-being of a seafarer. I invite Ms. Arushi Sethi from Trijog Wellness and Mrs. H.K. Zoshi, former CMD, Shipping Corporation of India, and the chairperson of the Sagar Mein Samman Task Force to address the gathering.
Namaste, and a very warm welcome to everyone present in this room. It is an absolute privilege and honor to be present in front of all of y'all and have the honor to be a custodian to impart well-being amongst our nation. Thank you so much for joining us at the Symposium on Seafarers Recruitment and Welfare. A very good afternoon to our esteemed leadership from the Government of India, Honorable Special Secretary Sri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, Ministry Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Director General of Shipping, Sri Shyam Jagannathan Ji, Additional DG, Sri Sushil Mansingh Ji, Captain Nitin Mukesh, Captain PC Meena Ji, and all of our esteemed dignitaries present over here. To all our partners, collaborators, task force members, and everybody who has contributed, whether present in person or behind the scenes, this moment truly belongs to you. Your guidance, vision, and unwavering support have made today possible. As the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. In the same spirit, it has taken the collective dedication of 100+ member Sagar Mein Yog Task Force with the support of the National Union of Seafarers Association of India to bring this initiative to life. How many of y'all would agree with me कि बूंद बूंद से सागर बनता है? जी, सच तो यही है कि बूंद बूंद से सागर बनता है और उसी सागर से हमें अपनी पहचान, अपनी शक्ति और अपना देश मिलता है. Our oceans, our trade routes, and our progress are built on the strength of our seafarers. They are the silent pillars of our economy, working tirelessly across vast waters so the world keeps moving. For them, our responsibility goes beyond care. We strive to be the light of a new era, an era that safeguards not just physical health, but champions holistic well-being. Why does well-being matter? Because when you feel well, you perform better. जब मन तंदुरुस्त होता है, फैसले मजबूत होते हैं. When the mind is strong, our decisions are more sought after and sharper. और जब well-being priority बनती है, हम एक नई generation को तैयार कर रहे हैं that places health before pressure, balance before burnout, and humanity alongside deadlines. Today, we're creating awareness to nurture a future where strength is not just measured by endurance, but by resilience. जब दुनिया सोती है, seafarers देश को आगे बढ़ाते हैं. हर लहर, हर यात्रा, नाविक का कल्याण. It's our seafarers themselves who, with the knowledge that Sagar Mein Yog imparts, become the torchbearers of awareness. It is your time to be the light of education for ourselves and our entire nation. The reality has been possible only through the unwavering support and vision of our honorable government. Today, we have been able to take this movement across the country and wishfully create a global benchmark for well-being, reaching ports, innumerable people with purpose. ये सिर्फ एक प्रोग्राम नहीं है, ये एक वादा है जो हमने हमारी सारी सीफेरोज के साथ करते हैं. A very, very big thank you to everybody who has dedicated their lives to the sea so that the nation stands strong on land. Jai Hind, and with that, we would love to present to you Sagar Mein Yog.
सागर में योग. Anchoring the well-being of our seafarers.
Inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister's Maritime Vision 2030, Sagar Mein Yog addresses the mental, emotional and physical challenges faced by our seafarers. Seafarers are the backbone of India's maritime strength, and their well-being ensures that they sail with pride and represent our nation globally with resilience.
सागर की तो मुझे लगाया कि एक स्पेशल आर्ट है, एक फिजिकल है और एक इमोशनल फिजिकल स्पेशल. मैंने उनको कहा तन मन आत्मा है ना, तन हो गया फिजिकल, मन हो गया इमोशनल और हो गया स्पेशल. ये तीनों वहां सब जगह मेरे साथ जुड़ा तो उसको कोई नहीं हो सकता.
यह वेलनेस के सभी पहलुओं को कवर करता है. फिजिकल, मेंटल, इमोशनल, स्पिरिचुअल, कल्चरल, सोशल, फाइनेंशियल, एनवायरमेंटल, इंटेलेक्चुअल, सेक्सुअल और ऑक्यूपेशनल भी. काम में संतुष्ट और बैलेंस महसूस करना समुद्र में अच्छी तरह से जीवन बिताने का एक बड़ा हिस्सा है.
Inside the Sagar Mein Yog LMS, seafarers experience interactive dashboards to monitor progress across all pillars. Audio-visual learning modules, 20-minute experiential videos that blend stories, reflection, and real-life maritime insights. Curriculum booklets with guided exercise and practical wellness tools. Quizzes and self-checks after every module to reinforce understanding. And progress trackers that motivate and build accountability.
Recognizing these profound benefits of yoga, the Director General of Shipping has actively promoted yoga among seafarers as part of its wellness initiatives.
Built for seafarers and designed for impact, the LMS is accessible even with limited connectivity, modular for flexible schedules, and reflective to promote self-awareness.
The Sagar Mein Yog Learning Management System (LMS) is founded on the belief that true wellness forms the foundation of every seafarer's strength. Designed to nurture the mind, body, and spirit, it supports individuals through every stage of their maritime journey from pre-sea to post-sea.
Change begins with a single step.
And today, we invite you to take the step with us.
At a historic moment where wellness and purpose converge, we are proud to introduce to you Sagar Mein Yog. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister and the Directorate General of Shipping in association with the National Union of Seafarers of India, this initiative focuses on the holistic well-being of our seafarers, empowered by Trijul.
Sagar Mein Yog establishes a curriculum that nurtures the mind, body, and soul to help our seafarers not only survive but truly thrive.
At the core of Sagar Mein Yog lie our 10 pillars of well-being: emotional wellness, physical wellness, economic wellness, occupational wellness, social wellness,
Intellectual wellness, spiritual wellness, cultural wellness, environmental wellness, and climatic wellness.
Each pillar is grounded in real-world research, co-created by domain experts and built through lived experiences of our seafarers. 10 immersive videos, 40 dynamic modules, and evidence-backed curriculum form the foundation of our journey.
Emotional wellness isn't just about feeling good. When you're emotionally steady, you make better decisions, support your crew, and handle emergencies calmly.
Today, we're charting a course through financial wellness. A well-managed wallet keeps you steady through every tide.
Physical wellness. Why this matters is because physical wellness is your foundation for stamina, strength, and staying sharp on every voyage.
Occupational wellness is about more than just doing your job. It's about understanding the realities of life at sea.
Social wellness is all about how we connect, communicate, and support each other on board and beyond. It's the glue that holds a crew together, helping us weather storms both literal and emotional.
Environmental wellness isn't just about keeping things tidy or being green. It's about shaping your environment, both physical and social.
Climatic wellness. Before you think that it's boring or it's extra work, look around you. That weather, it's not just hot or cold. It's shaping your energy, your focus, even your safety right now.
Intellectual wellness is much more than book smarts. It's about thinking clearly under pressure, solving problems, processing information, communicating effectively, and staying mentally agile and continuously developing yourself. Cultural wellness is about more than knowing where your crewmates come from. It's about understanding, respecting, and thriving in a sea of diverse traditions, beliefs, and values.
Spiritual wellness is a crucial aspect of overall well-being, encompassing a sense of purpose, meaning, and connection in life. It goes beyond religious belief and can be found through various practices like meditation, mindfulness, spending time in nature, or engaging in creative activities.
Our seafarers will have access to this curriculum through a meticulously custom-designed learning management system capable of intuitive reporting and knowledge engagement. India's maritime workforce will not just navigate the oceans, they will now conquer and flourish the mind, body, and spirit.
Sagar Mein Yog, anchoring the well-being of our seafarers.
Jai Hind, it's your time to shine. Knowledge is the greatest power. Let it be yours, and let us be the era of change, glory, and well-being. Thank you so much. Shukriya. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful video. I would also now request to throw some light and insight on the Sagar Mein Samman in Honor at Sea and flagship initiative of the Director General of Shipping. I would now invite Mrs. S.K. Joshi, former CMD Shipping Corporation of India and the chairperson of Sagar Mein Samman Task Force.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm standing between you and the lunch, and you would all be hungry, so I'm going to cut short all my welcome address and just restrict it a warm good afternoon to all the dignitaries over here, additional DG sir, Sushil Mansingh Khopre ji, and all the other dignitaries who are present. For me, all of you are dignitaries because you're going to be listening to something which is very relevant and very important. So I'm very happy to be here because this symposium is talking about seafarers' welfare. And I think it's very important for me to say, especially when I see very few women cadets or seafarers out here, that when we talk about seafarers, we've got to be conscious today that seafarers also encompass the other gender, which is women. So Sagar Mein Samman has been a flagship initiative of Directorate General of Shipping. And if I was to sum it up in one sentence, it's empowering women at sea through safety, dignity, and equality. This is the essence, this is the spirit of Sagar Mein Samman. I'm going to be sharing 10 slides with you in very quick 10 minutes. And in case there are any questions, we can take it up during the lunchtime. So this concept was created out of the very fact that there are challenges for women, especially in the seafaring career. We have gender discrimination, we have issues relating for harassment and safety. Cultural barriers always restrict our entry into certain fields, and definitely seafaring has been a male-dominated industry. There are very few visible role models who can really hold the torch and light the lamp and lead the way for other women to follow in this industry. There is very limited training opportunities that are available for the women seafarers, and the career growth opportunities also get restricted. Other than this, we are very conscious about the fact that work-life balance as well as health challenges become a very big issue for women to adopt a seafaring career. This was the background which drew the genesis, the concept, the seed, the thought that we need to pay extra attention to these issues if we are to increase the number of women seafarers. As we know that today it's only about 1.4% women are there as part of the Indian seafaring community, which is far less than the global standard, which is also not very attractive. It's just about 2%. So if we have to increase this percentage and this numbers, then we need to visibly do something to attract women to the merchant navy and to adopt seafaring as a career. So I'm going to not run through this because we have paucity of time. It's enough to say that this idea was coined way back in 2022 when gender sensitization in both pre-sea and post-sea competency courses was introduced by the DG Shipping. And thereafter, it was the Global Maritime India Summit in 2023 in 17th to 19th October, where this concept was coined. And this concept is aligned with the Maritime India Vision 2030. It's also linked to the deliverable, which is specified therein under deliverable 10.15.2. It also supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, both goal number 5 as well as goal number 8, relating to gender equality and inclusive growth respectively. What would be the concept? What would be the drivers? As I've said in one single statement earlier also, it will be the focus on fairness in recruitment, safety, inclusion, and there is a policy which I will just talk in the next few slides. We have to operationalize that policy with real impact and ensure that there is true workforce diversity in the maritime fraternity at all levels. This is a flagship initiative by the Directorate General of Shipping to forge an inclusive maritime legacy. And the objective is very clearly drawn that we have to transform the maritime sector into a gender equitable space. The inspiration is drawn from the Maritime India Vision 2030, and it advocates dignity, respect, and opportunity at sea. So once this idea was coined and it was clearly laid down as a deliverable in the Maritime India Vision 2030, then how did we take it forward? It evolved with the collaboration of DG Shipping and the MUI, and we've tried to bring in volunteers from all stakeholders in the industry, and I'll not repeat this. So there are going to be 5 core pillars of Sagar Mein Samman: inclusivity, empowerment, skill development, safety, and outreach to spread awareness, which is very, very important. So what did we do so far? As I said, that the first order of DG Shipping came out in 2022, and it's just about 3 years. The formal order for Sagar Mein Samman was brought out by DG Office on 25/11/2024, and in less than 6 months, in just about 158 days, 77 subcommittee meetings were held, and we delivered the draft policy document on 18th of May 2025, which is the day when we celebrate the International Day for Women in Maritime. And this work was done by around 60 volunteers from different stakeholders, as I mentioned, and they worked under 7 subcommittees, each having a defined role and defined deliverables. Due to paucity of time, I'm not going to go into the detail of this. What have we achieved so far? So in 2023, the concept was launched in Global Maritime India Summit. November 24, the DG order came out. In January 25, we signed the MOU with MUI to support us and partner us in this initiative, because we did need financial support to take this project forward. And in the same month, the logo of Sagar Mein Samman was launched, which, if you can see, is on the left-hand side, just next to the logo of DG Shipping. In February 25, we got international recognition at the Green Shipping Conclave when the Secretary General of IMO, Mr. Arsenico Dominzo, was here, and he acknowledged the initiative taken by the Directorate General of Shipping, and he appreciated it and followed it up with a formal letter which was sent to the Secretary, and we are very, very optimistic of taking this proposal and to be the first country in the world to have a formal policy and a plan and a campaign to increase the number of women seafarers in IMO in 2026. I'm sure this calls for a cheer, because this is all for you. And as I said, in May 2025, we have released the draft document, and this draft document now has to go through the processes. So this is what, in phase 1, the policy document was launched on 18th of May. The necessary approvals are underway. Once the approvals are received, the policy for women empowerment, inclusivity, gender equality will be formally launched, taking care of safety at sea along with the infrastructure requirements. And this will be rolled out and made applicable equally, impartially across all the institutes in the maritime industry, institutes, companies, RPSL, MTIs, everywhere. So this will be a common policy across the length and breadth of the entire maritime fraternity. So going forward in 2026, we are going to have an institutional framework for monitoring, for reviewing, auditing, and following up the policy rollout, because once it's not enough, as we all know, if there isn't a traffic policeman on the red light, we all tend to jump. It's human tendency. So I think the same applies to this. Once a policy is rolled out, we will need to effectively monitor and audit that it is actually being implemented in both in word and in spirit. And these will be the other actions that we need to do in phase 2. So just a policy document is not enough. After that, a lot of other activities would be required. And in fact, this would really shape up and need to be taken up in a big way if we really want to go to IMO with this in 2026. So there is a 5-year vision which has been planned, and DG Shipping is going to be putting it up for stakeholders' suggestions and opinions. Since all of you are here, please do visit the DG website because this is just a proposal which we have envisaged. This is not final. We would request your suggestions, ideas, inputs so that we can concretize this and formally launch the 5-year plan for Sagar Mein Samman, which is for empowering women in the maritime sector. So I'm not going to go into the detail because this would be available on the DG website. There would be immediate action plans once the 5-year plan is also rolled out along with the policy document, and these are some of those actions which we will be requiring to take. And the last one, like I said, would be the analysis and course correction, because we don't think we've done the best that could have been done. I always feel there is scope to be better. And if we were to think that we've done it all, you can never grow and improve. So I feel we can still better it with the consultation and involvement of our stakeholders. And we would be very open to doing course corrections wherever these are required for ensuring true letter, spirit, word of women empowerment in the maritime sector. We are there on the social media. We do put up posts regularly. Please do follow up on the social media. Before I conclude over here, I would like to just put in one word to SWFS that I have seen on the welfare only one benefit relating to the maternity benefit of women seafarers. And now that we've rolled out this program, you can see there is much more that is required to be done to be able to mobilize and ensure there is recruitment, equal opportunity for recruitment and sustaining them and giving them opportunity for career growth. And it would require infrastructure also. So there was a presentation on the infrastructure. I would request that you kindly ensure that that infrastructure is also women seafarer friendly while that is being prepared. And I would also, with folded hands, request the SWFS to kindly support this initiative of Sagar Mein Samman. Without you, we will not be able to make this happen and ensure that 50% of our population, as we know, is represented by women. We must be able to be leaders in seafaring, not only for our male, but even let us carry the Indian flag high by ensuring we have the largest number of women seafarers across the globe. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Madam, for presenting these important initiatives that reinforces a holistic approach to seafarers' welfare. Before we conclude this session 1, now I would request to come upon stage Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopre, Additional Director General of Shipping, IPS, and Captain PC Meena, DDG Crew Branch, to felicitate the speakers of the session 1. I would request to come upon stage Shri Hitendra Bavlikar Sir, Chief Administrative Officer, SWFS. Okay, I will, on his behalf, I like to request Shri Sumit Patra, SWFS Technical Consultant, to please receive the moment of. Meanwhile, we'll move forward. I'd like to request Shri Surendra Kumar Sir, Commissioner SPFO, to please kindly join us on the stage. followed by I will request Ms. Arushi Sethi to kindly join us on the stage. I'll request additional DG sir to kindly felicitate with the presenting memento. So we have Sumit Patra with us. I'd like to request Sri Sumit Patra, SWF's technical consultant, to kindly receive the memento. I'll request Mrs. H.K. Joshi ma'am to kindly join us on the stage. I request additional DG sir to present the memento. A big round of applause. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude the session 1. I'll request all the delegates and dignitaries to kindly proceed for the lunch, which is arranged at the second floor. The program will be resumed with the panel discussion post-lunch. Thank you.
So request all of you just to please proceed for the lunch on the second floor, and we'll restart at 14:30. So try just finish your lunch, because we have a time limit in the end, so we cannot, spill over for the panel discussions. Thank you very much.
टेबल निकलवाना है क्या?
सर ये ना ग्लास चेंज करवाने थे जरा और पानी का बॉटल भी चेंज कराना तो नहीं खुला है करना और पानी का बॉटल चेंज करना। कौन? हाँ 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 हाँ, वो तो उनको बोल दीजिए बॉटल 3 बॉटल और 3 ग्लास चेंज कर और एक्स्ट्रा ग्लास भी लेकर थैंक यू। नहीं हटा दीजिए। मैम नहीं है हमारे पास। वो तो चिकन फ्राइड चाहिए। लास्ट टाइम तो ऐसे ही हुआ था। ये ले लो We'll be starting नहीं मीना सर को नहीं दिख रहा। मीना सर तो अभी मुझे कॉल अभी आए थे अंदर। अब हाँ ऊपर है इधर ही है इसको बोले हाँ
Hello, hello. I'll request all the delegates and participants to kindly settle in as we are moving ahead with the another session, that is technical discussions. नहीं बोलूंगी.
PO MD kind.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we are settled in. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch break. We now move to our first panel discussion of the today, which focuses on seafarer recruitment perspective from government and industry experts. For this, I would like to invite on the stage the esteemed panelists for the today's panel discussion. First, Captain Santosh Darukar, Principal Officer MMD Kandla. Sir, please join us on the stage. Shri Ash Mohammed, Deputy Director General MS Merchant Shipping Law Branch, Director General of Shipping. Captain Harinder Singh, Deputy Director General of Shipping. Captain Pankaj Sareen, Principal of Applied Research and International, Delhi. And Shri Praveen Nair, sir, Deputy Chief Surveyor cum Senior Deputy Director General Technical, who will be the moderator of this session. Yes. It is my pleasure to invite all and the esteemed panelists on the dais. Before we move ahead with the session, I'd like to invite on the stage Captain PC Meena Sir, Deputy Director General Crew, to felicitate our panelists with the token and momentum. I request Captain PC Meena Sir to kindly felicitate. Shri Praveen Nair Sir. I'll request her to kindly felicitate Captain Pankaj Singh. May I request kindly felicitate Shri Ash Mohammed, Deputy Director General Shipping. I'll request her to kindly felicitate Captain Harinder Singh, Deputy Director General of Shipping Casualty Branch. I'll request her to kindly felicitate Captain Santosh Arokar, Principal Officer, MMT Kandla. A big round of applause for all our panelists. It is now my pleasure to hand over the session to our moderator, Shri Praveen Nair, Deputy Chief Surveyor cum Senior Deputy Director General Technical, who will guide us through today's discussion. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. This is a first panel discussion, and the topic for discussion is recruitment of seafarers, a perspective by government and industry experts. So we have, out of our 4 panelists, we have Captain Pankaj Sarin representing the industry, and the other 3 are from the government sector. They are my colleagues. So to start with, let us, right from the morning, we have been hearing how the seafarer is exploited. Okay, exploitation is of 2 types. One is an exploitation through some agent who is not holding any type of license from any government body in India. That entity just opens a shop, creates a very good website, and then goes about trapping the poor aspiring seafarer. So this is happening. The second category is those holding license from the government of India, whether it is a training institute, whether it is a RPS licensee, and how they are exploiting the seafarers. So to set the things in perspective, I'll give you one example. I was serving in Mangalore. Suddenly one day, one of the shipping agents, he calls me. He says that there is a seafarers who has come to join a ship, and he is holding some kind of a port entry permit, but the port is not allowing him. So I told, okay, bring him to me, let me see. So when I saw the port entry pass, I knew it was a fake one. So that guy has been cheated. He has paid about 1.5 lakh to some agent, and that agent came with him from Mumbai to Mangalore, stayed with him in a hotel in Mangalore, and suddenly one day morning gave him the address. Okay, this is the port pass, you go and join the ship. The ship was in port. I checked with the port authority. The named ship was in port at that time, but there was no crew change planned. So see the level, the extent of cheating that is going on. So this is how people are getting exploited, both approved license holders as well as the others who just set a shop, set a website, and go about trapping people. So with this background, so let's start with our Deputy Director General Shri Ash Mohammed sir, who is my colleague in the DG Shipping. So my question goes like this. The DG Shipping is the National Maritime Authority responsible for enforcing legal safeguards, MLC compliances, and regulatory oversight of seafarer recruitment and employment practices. So how is the DG Shipping strengthening legal safeguards in recruitment contracts to protect seafarers from unfair terms and exploitations?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. And first of all, thank you for invitation to be part of this panel discussion. Coming to the question, everybody is aware that Parliament in the previous monsoon session has passed new Merchant Shipping Act of 2025. And there are various provisions for monitoring of recruitment, placement of seafarer, maritime education of seafarer, engagement of seafarer, welfare of seafarer, social security, every kind of provision which is required under Maritime Labour Convention to which India is a party. Every provision has been incorporated under Merchant Shipping Act. There is a full chapter dedicated to seafarers. And to be more specific, the question that how we legally safeguarding the interest of the seafarer, one basic provision which says that Director General, while granting the license to recruitment placement agencies, will put certain conditions, right? So while putting certain conditions, Director General is empowered to enumerate certain things that these are the criteria on which I will approve your recruitment placement agencies and how you will function. This is one aspect. Another aspect is that if seafarer is already entered into some agreement, he has entered into SCA or CBA, and there is a change in the condition of the services of the seafarer, then RPS has been made duty bound to inform the administration that this employment agreement, SCA or CBA, has been changed subsequent to the engagement of the seafarer. So how the contract which is already signed is monitored by the administration, that is already incorporated in the Merchant Shipping Act. There is a whole lot of provisions based on MLC. Compulsory provisions are there. There are provisions which empower central government to make rule. And now we are making rules. All the rules on the seafarer chapter have been drafted and placed on our website on 12th of December. They will be there till 11th of January, and anybody can give comment. But there are provisions to monitor the contract system, how the monitoring is strengthened. That is, all provisions exist there. And I request all the seafarers, you please go through the chapter of seafarer under Merchant Shipping Act of 2025, which is placed on our website. You also go through all the draft rules which we have drafted and placed on our website, and then come up for suggestion, improvement, even objections. If you have something that this rule should not have this, you please enumerate it. We have given a format placed on the website, and inform us. We will definitely review the draft rules. So adequate provisions are there, sir, to monitor the contract system or the RPS system of the country. For these questions, I think this is sufficient, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So my next question is to Captain Santosh Darokar. He is a principal officer of Mercantile Marine Department, Kandla. So he is heading the 2 MMDs which include the highest number of ports in India. So lot of ship visit, lot of cases of seafarer related issues. So my question to Captain Darokar is, has he come across any of such issues where either the company has abandoned a vessel and the seafarers, or some other issues related to non-payment of wages and such things, sir?
Good afternoon to all of you. So thank you very much once again, my organizers, particularly Captain Meena sir, who has included my name here. It's a very pertinent question, and what Mr. Nair sir has stated in the first example, same has experienced by me also in my jurisdiction. On one fine day, I got a call, sir, somebody wants to see you. I said, please send him. One seafarer. and he's waiting at north gate of Kandla port. And basically he had given a document which was a fake document. Immigration letter was there, RPSL letter was there, RPSL number was there, name was there, ship's name was there, IMO number was there, and we cannot rule out that this is a fake letter. And then I said, then he came to me, he said, somebody has told him कि सर CISF ने बोला उनको कि भाई आप MMD ऑफिस, बोलते MMD ऑफिस किधर है, because he is not aware MMD क्या है. तो उसने बोला कि समुद्र वाणिज्य विभाग एक DG शिपिंग का ऑफिस है जो रिक्रूटमेंट करता है, उनका एक एजेंसी का ये, यहाँ पर जुरिडिक्शन उनके अंदर में आता है, उनके आप जाके मिलिए. तो वो कैंडिडेट मेरे पास आए, he was from Ahmedabad, he had already paid 1 lakh rupees. And another case was, he has already paid and he was, वो मुझे मैसेजेस बताया SMS में, सर कि अभी मुझे और 1 लाख पूछ रहे तभी तो मैं शाम को अंदर जाऊंगा जहाज के ऊपर. तो हमने पहले मेरे कलीग को बोला कि भाई देखिए ये जहाज है क्या, पोर्ट कंट्रोल को पूछा जहाज है क्या, तो वो बोला जहाज है सर. तो बोला चलो लेटेस्ट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल इसके जहाज में चले जाइए. पहले एजेंसीज को बुलाया हमने, पूरी तहकीकात की. तो कहने का मतलब एक सिंपल शॉर्ट है कि दिस केसेस आर स्टिल गोइंग ऑन, बट नाउ frequency might have reduced. Next point, there are vessels interfacing at along, and most of my people, colleagues must be knowing that these are all dead ships, so-called dead ships. There are no engines, proper, no generators, nothing. Ships are coming and अभी जो नया शिप ओनर लेता है जहाज को, पहले तो ये जहाज एंकरेज में आता है. एंकरेज में आने के बाद क्या होता है, 2 owners, the original owner and another owner, they are basically, उनका बाइंग टेक्निक शुरू हो जाता है वहाँ पे, और जितना करोड़ का बोला वैसा पैसा देना होता है. In the meantime, he recruits such type of people, those who are coming very short voyages. ये A to B जाता है, इसको जहाज में लेके जाना है आपको, यहाँ से अलांग पे लेके आना है बस आपको बस. अब there are no food standard, nothing standard, no, there is a very substandard, में बोला डेट शिप है ये, but with respect to MLC also nothing is there. So in such cases आप क्या करोगे? I cannot go on board the ships to carry out PSC inspection under the posted control regime, because question is that vessel is dead ship more or less. अभी हम प्रेस अप कर सकते हैं, only I can press up to agencies. इसमें काफी सारे एक्टर्स इन्वॉल्व है, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड अगेन एंड अगेन. इवन आई एम सिटिंग एट द, मैं जब इसको इस इशू को जब काफी ऐसे 3-4 इश्यूज हुए मेरे साथ में. तो एक बार अभी रिसाइकलिंग का हमारा एक कन्वेंशन ये हो गया, मतलब देयर वाज अ सेमिनार. तो आज स्पेसिफिकली आज द रिसाइकलर्स कि बाबा जब जहाज आप ले रहे हो, प्लीज मेक श्योर दैट योर ड्यूज आर पेड. एंड आप वन मोर थिंग आई विल टेल यू, देयर आर केसेस वेयर द शिप इज अरेस्टेड under the Admiralty Court. So in such cases, एक तो सीफेरर वहाँ पे है ऑलरेडी जहाज में, कोर्ट चल रहा है, कब उसका हियरिंग होगा किसी को पता नहीं है. तो आप देख लीजिए, मतलब ये these are very very practical questions we normally face each, मतलब 15 days frequently, fortnightly तो आती है कुछ ना कुछ. अब इसको एजेंसीज एक्सप्लॉइट करती है, जहाज में पानी नहीं है. Pakistani cruise at Hajira port. Name of the vessel Sol, S-O-L. Everybody asked, सबने हाथ ऊपर कर दिया कि भाई पाकिस्तानी क्रू है, no, we will not assist anything. Then we had a meeting with Adani कि भाई क्या कर रहे हो? Seafarers का religion क्या है यार? It's a religion of humanity, and we are here to help each other, assist each other, irrespective of his religion, caste, creed, and where he belongs for. So in simple, shortly, I am trying to say these issues are still happening, and limit to wages issues. Wages तो simple है भाई. Wages का जब भी आता है हमको तो चले जाइए vote कर दीजिए जहाज को. जब तक कि जहाज का wages clear नहीं कर पाता है, vessel is under our custody. That's all. Vessel is either arrested or code number 17 is given so that he is paying, he has to come, the owner, whosoever it is operator has to come there, he has to fly, he has to pay the wages. That's what is today's scenario. So but things are improving. Thank you so much once again for listening. There are so many because I don't want to take my too much of your time, because the other panelists are there. I can talk a lot. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Since we see a lot of young seafarers or those who cadets who have not gone to a ship, the most important thing for any person who is serving at sea is the wages. We are all going to sea to get a good salary package, and it has to be paid timely. So what happens if it is not paid timely? Lot of things happen. When we serve at the field offices in the MMD, we get to see all these live scenarios where, as sir just now said, a lot of ghost ships, which is standard doing nothing. The owner must have turned bankrupt, so he is not paying. Then what happens? The crew is just idling, sitting. Only the generators are running. No motivation, nothing. Suddenly, if at all there is a leak also, because this so happened in one of the investigations that I had done, a small leak, seawater ingress into one of the rooms, which when I saw the video after the vessel sank, I told them also, this you could have arrested even with a small cycle tube. Cycle tube is one of the very easiest repair techniques that is available on the ship. But when you don't get paid for last 6 months, what motivation you will have? The crew finally abandoned the vessel and the vessel sank. Okay, so this is the live scenarios that we get to see. And with this, I bring in Captain Harinder Singh. He is here to give the perspective of the P&I clubs on these matters, because P&I clubs, as we all know, plays a very critical role in risk management, especially with the MLC and the financial security aspects. So I would like to know from Harinder, from an insurance and risk management perspective, what recruitment related issues most commonly lead to claims involving seafarers?
Very good afternoon to all of you. The question which has been asked is very pertinent. My name is Captain Harinder. I am in charge of the casualty branch in the Directorate General of Shipping. And we have been collating data since 2023, 24, 25 regarding the casualties that have happened on Indian flagged vessel as well as foreign flagged vessel. And the percentage increase in the casualty is as high as 20% from 23 to 25. So that figure has got an alarming figure. And not only amongst the Indian seafarers, this is also the phenomena world over. There was a 2024 DNV report which was published this year. So this further corroborates our findings. So what Praveen Nayarji said, now what is the role of P&I clubs in risk assessment? How do we address this issue? So P&I club, we have quite a young audience here. So P&I club, there are two types. One is your IG international group of P&I club, which have 90% of the world tonnage. And the others they're also called ticket to trade. That is colloquially used for them. And we have 19 such clubs which have been approved by the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. So now the clubs, they also carry out their own risk assessment. And why it is important for the clubs to do this is because once the casualties happen or once the incidents do happen on the ship, the claims are raised to the clubs. So eventually it is the clubs who end up paying, and no club wants to give money on these issues. So the clubs also initiate certain measures. They also initiate certain initiatives to ensure that these numbers of crew incident, crew liability, whether it is abandonment, disability, all these are reduced. So the first and foremost they do is the principal number of claims arise from the incorrect agreements, the seafarer employment agreement. So that is one area in which clubs provide assistance to the ship owners so that they are adequately prepared and they do not end up in claims and disputes later. So clubs, they help the ship owners, managers in drafting the agreement. And second most important is your medical issues which arise. Medical issues, like, we have operational incident which happen on the ship, and then also we have non-operational. Non-operational, when I say it is, which the incident which has happened or a person has died not because of the operational issue, but because of inoperational, because of natural causes. In 2024, the number of Indian seafarers dying out of medical reason was 4 times higher than the operational causes. Now that is another very alarming case. The seafarers as young as 30s dying of heart attacks. So that is another big issue. So the P&I clubs, they go for the very stringent pre-joining medical on the seafarer, and which of course we have a good number of DG approved doctors, and the medical emphasis is a very major component of this. And then third one is crew competency. The competency of the seafarer, the number of experience of the seafarer. So that is also area which is checked by the P&I club when they accept the ship with them. So the specialized type of vessels, they are very particular about the rank experience, the crew competence, the crew matrix. So P&I club checks these aspects very carefully. And fourth is your MLC compliance. And every ship which is with the IG P&I club, they have a very well-defined agreement. What all, in fact, the clubs provide a financial security in case something happens. The club stands by this. So these are the 4 major issues in which P&I clubs help the ship owners, managers. So that is how it is.
Thank you, Harinder. So just now what Captain Harinder spoke about was the P&I club and how they are there to support the seafarers, like the financial security aspects. If the vessel is not paying you for the last 2 months, then the P&I club steps in and you are assured of payment of wages for the 4 months. So these are the things that any seafarer should be knowing. And so I introduce our next panelist, who is the principal of ARI Delhi unit, Captain Pankaj Sarin. So ARI is engaged in maritime education, training and applied research, contributing to workforce readiness and employability of Indian seafarers. So with this background, I ask Captain Pankaj Sarin, who is our esteemed, valuable colleague on the STCW shadow committees. So he is a very active contributor in all those respects. So I would like to ask him about STCW regulation I/5, which is a national provisions, require the signatory countries to prevent and penalize fraudulent certification through enforcement and verification measures. As we all know, fraudulent certification is a major issue which is in discussion in the IMO for the last at least 5 to 10 years. So the entire world is very serious about this thing, because it is not something which affects only the issuing country, it affects the entire world, entire fleet. So in this, taking in this background of STCW, since we all recognize this is a very serious issue that poses safety risk to the maritime industry, how can India tackle this menace given the key reforms that India has initiated in this year?
A very good afternoon to everybody. India is tackling the menace of fraudulent STCW certification by some recent changes which they brought about. two very important documents have been brought about by DG Shipping. One is the DGS Circular 31 of 2025. The other is the DGS Order 8 of 2025. I would urge all the youngsters who are present over here, please go on the DGS website, go to the shipping notices and read all the DG circulars 31 of 25 and DGS Order 8 of 2025. It's up to you, and it will help you in understanding what are the key major reforms that the Government of India is doing, especially with regards to the new MS Act 2025, which has come about. The key reforms and measures that they have brought about, the first is a mandatory verification of the certification. All RPSL companies are required to mandatorily check the certificates of all seafarers, that the certificates that they are holding. Then the exclusive DGS approved training. The STCW training must be conducted only at DGS approved institutes in India. Foreign entities are not allowed. Verification of the existing foreign COCs. There was a process which was established for seafarers, verification of COCs and COPs from non-recognized foreign administrations to submit their documents for verification through the RPSL agencies within a set timeline. There are severe penalties if you are in possession of a fraudulent certificate. There's with a minimum of 2-year ban, a sailing ban, suspension of the CDC, blocking of the endorsed number. Then there are various other online verification tools such as the DGS Endorse Checker. These are all the key reforms and measures which the Government of India has put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to add to that, because I can't resist myself when I see so many young cadets. No, if this was a room full of professionals, I would not have said this. But then cadets, they have to be guided properly so that they don't fall trap to any of such wrong practices. I still remember maybe around 20 years back. When I had my class 1 certificate of competency, I received a call because I stay in Mumbai. Just an anonymous call that you come over to join a ship. It is only 1 day's contract, maybe for some survey or something. So this is a very wrong practice. This now when I become a surveyor, I often see this. When we go for survey on, say, smaller ship, you find some people who are there with a bag which is smaller than the bag that I brought in today, because they are there only for the day. Okay, when the surveyor comes, just to show that he is my second engineer, he is my chief officer, that's all. But then the innocence of the seafarer can lead him to much bigger trouble. When that call came to me, say 20 years or 18 years back, I did not I did not follow what I first of all didn't know what he was saying to me. But it may so happen that our innocent seafarers, they will think, अच्छा ठीक है, एक ही दिन की बात है, 20,000 रुपया मिल रहा है, जाता हूँ. Never do this. Okay, you are falling into a bigger trap. Because this I have seen with my own eyes when we go for survey. And we often, we warn that guy, don't do this, just go and then we'll take the action with the company. Because legally it is nothing incorrect, but then everybody knows that once a surveyor steps down, this guy also is going to go home. Okay. So since I got a very young audience, I want to share such small things with you all. So a very informed seafarer or a cadet or a junior officer is very important, because then you can carry these things. So unless we people share this, you will never get to know of such things that is happening in the industry. So again, I would go back to Captain Pankaj Sareen. So how do we bridge these gaps that exist? like the training output, the soft skill. How do we equip our modern day seafarer with all these soft skills or the knowledge that is necessary, moving away from the regular teaching that we impart to them during the pre-sea training, whether it is 6 months or a 4-year training?
I would say there is a huge gap right now between what the seafarers see the technology on board and what we try to impart at the MTI. There is a gap. There is a time lag. The gap can only be bridged by involving various techniques, methodologies. One is competency-based models. That is one of the techniques. The other is the simulator-based training. The third is the practical training or practical project-based training, which the candidates need to be doing at the MTI. Now, one of the serious, shall I call, drawbacks in the present MTIs is we are very theory-oriented. We lack practical things. So one of the ways to bridge it would be to increase the practical things that they do on board to be visualized as well as to be adapted, and reduce the theory content. That would be the first and the foremost. The other is, of course, a mix of technology and digitalization that needs to be incorporated. And for that, there needs to be a bridging. There's a lack of skill amongst the people. The third is soft skills and professional attributes, and increase of resilience. So with these things, I think we can bridge the gap and increase the employability. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I go back to Captain Santosh Darokar, Principal Officer, MMD, Kandla. Of late, there have been a lot of issues. Right from the morning, we have been talking about, right from where our Secretary, sir, started his keynote address. We have been talking about ethical practices, fraudulent practices, and all these things. So there are a lot of cheating, or people have been taken for a ride. So I would like to ask Captain Darokar, since he is also in the middle of investigations into such things, to throw some light on the kind of cheating or of the seafarers that is taken place during his tenure in Kandla, or he has experienced, whether it is recruitment, or is it during training, or is it related to whether it is related to welfare activities connected with the seafarers.
As I stated earlier, that this case I elaborated to you and narrated to you regarding this one, fraudulent certificate, I mean, fraudulent documents, now fraudulent certificates, we had messages basically whenever something happens. Basically, one is the port where there is always some 2-3 ships are there. I will not name them. Some whistleblowers are there. They already inform us. Some of the ship is coming, and main port is Pipavav, APM terminal. You must be knowing about it, They are Jafrabad. So again, question is that we are sitting at MMD Kandla, and it is about 8 to 10 hours, what we experienced, what normally happens, the ship comes exactly on Friday. Friday को ऐसा TTA मैनेज करते हैं कि Saturday they just go for berth, discharge, and again depart from the port on Sunday. I'm just saying practical experiences I'm talking about. Even though we know that we have to go, but it's very difficult, And practically we caught 2-3 ships, no problem. We are already detained also them. So question is very, I mean, for me it is a tricky how to resolve the issue, you know. This happens only from particular flags. Not all the flags are basically carrying out such type of things, you know. Recently in Alang also we had a issue Gabon flag, you know, and all his certificates were, port officer asked me, sir, कि ये certificate में हमको थोड़ा सा problem लग रहा है. तो I said, भाई अभी किसको पूछे? तो certificate issued by class which is not IX. देखिए प्रॉब्लम. दूसरा है flag is such a flag which is a flag of convenience. I know कब इशू किया सर्टिफिकेट वो रिप्लाई नहीं कर रहा है. So these are the practical issues what we face, you know. As long as the vessel is in port and she has come for scrap, but then question is that again I'm talking about all these dead ships. Normally the normal owner, the flag of there is a shifting of new owner class also, and at the same time there is a operator also. So no, because vessel is only brought for scrap ad. So these are the issues basically. Normally it happens. In one of the case, I will not name the ship. I was myself investigator, and I asked him कि I want to see the certificates. Then one of the certificate was really fake certificate, and then only one certificate I'm talking about, and a very important certificate, SEPMAN document. It was such a superficial eyewash, I can say. Accident was a very major, I mean, it's a marine casualty, and very serious casualty. 2 vessels collided. I myself was there, and then I asked him, second officer, and other people were there, and 2 Indians were there, and other were from Ukraine. So I asked, what about this certificate? I said, he said, sir, this certificate is issued by the Honduras. Okay. And then there were 2 certificates on board the ships. Then we asked another certificate also. There is a fraud certificate, basically fake certificate. So these are the basically right now in that particular moment where I am conducting my investigation, marine safety investigation, I had to give a fair treatment. See, again, as an investigator, I myself has to be very, very clear, because whether I am doing justice to the seafarer or not, because his certificate issued by somebody else, or authority sitting somewhere else. So these practical issues always arise, and with this we normally, it's very difficult to address on the spot, because it requires policy decision, because it has to go to the maritime safety investigation. Normally we recommend that, and that once it goes, it has to go to that particular flag. But now this particular case, when vessel is already going to flag, I mean scrap also, one of the case. So we cannot do anything. So these are the practical questions. What you have posed to me, I'm just saying the practical answer to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So my next question is to Sri Yash Mohammed. Sir, in case of recruitment related disputes, such as abandonment of seafarers or contractual failures, what role does the DG Shipping play in ensuring timely legal redressal of such issues?
Sir, the existing process, grievance redressal mechanism, everything has been explained by Captain P.C. Meena in detail. Whatever we are following, that has been explained fully today in the previous session. As far as regulatory reform is concerned, I will just, before going to the law, just think of the common sense. If I am a recruitment placement agency and I am placing somebody on behalf of someone, then what are the priorities, what are the legal requirements I should have? I should have a registration. I should have an agreement with that person. I should know the financial soundness of that person. I should have the capability to take that person back to the country if he is abandoned. If there is an incident or there is an illness or death, then it should be handled on board or off the board. So all these kind of provisions are there. Specifically, as far as abandonment is concerned, new concept has been added in our act, that is replacement of the seafarer. As of now, this concept was not there, and the people who are abandoned keep abandoned for a long time. Now government has introduced a provision stating that any seafarer who is abandoned for a long time, if ship owner or the RPS is not responding, then government at his cost, government will send the new crew, will replace the crew, but at the cost of the ship owner or the RPS, and send the new crew and bring that person back. So this is the legal provision. Another thing for grievance redressal, what we have done, we have empowered the shipping master to redress the grievances based on the agreement, and now it will be not only the wages, sir. It says that agreement which is entered between the ship owner and the seafarer or the RPS on his behalf, any grievance will be settled by the shipping master. Shipping master's award will be having the force of degree of a civil court. This is a new thing, sir, which we have introduced. And you need not go to court again. You can go to the district magistrate, sir, this is the degree of civil court, please get it enforced. This is also new provision, sir. And as far as appellate mechanism is concerned, the principal officer is there to get the appeal. There was a third tier mechanism also for appeal against any of the grievance, but that is removed because it will become long drawn process. So these are some important issues, sir, which we have incorporated. There is a provision of constitution of tribunal in case the dispute is between the unions and the means bigger dispute, बड़ा अगर dispute है. Section 50, 150 अभी act में है. Similar provision we have introduced under the new act also. So there are adequate provisions which empower the government to inspect, to register, to call for information, to facilitate, like I said, you replacement. Every provision have been incorporated, and all these provisions are based on the Maritime Labour Convention. Anything which is not there, we have not incorporated. We are duty bound. Seafarers are there. We are duty bound to comply the provision of the convention, and therefore we see cooperation from the placement agencies. One more provision which I want to highlight for the RPS agencies, we have included a new provision which says that RPS is jointly and severally liable as the ship owner. Means if ship owner is not responding, you have to respond. Meaning thereby, you have to have knowledge of your ship owner, how sound he is. आप एग्रीमेंट एंटर करने से पहले ही देख लीजिए साउंड फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की शिप ओनर की है कि नहीं. अगर नहीं है तो then it is the liability of recruitment placement agent to get the person back. So these are some reforms which we have done, and these are the benefits of the seafarer and to have clarity for RPS also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So coming to the last question, because we have already overshoot the time. Everybody knows the Dali incident where the container ship hit the Francis Scott Bridge and the entire bridge collapsed, and few Indian seafarers were still remain in the US facing the investigation. So we have Captain Harinder Singh who had been to US to be with the Indian seafarers, not as a lead investigator, but as part, he represented India there. So in that context, I would like to ask Captain Harinder to, because that is again a perspective which you guys would be interested in. So how does the P&I club work in, with the ship owner to promote not only responsible recruitment practices, but also reduce legal and welfare risk of the seafarer?
MV Dali, this incident happened sometime in March 24, and the ship had about 20 Indian seafarers and one Sri Lankan electrical officer. We are all aware of this data. And recently, this NTSP report which has come out, and the report acquits the crew of any wrongdoing or any criminal conduct which led to the incident. However, as on date, still 7 Indian crew members are still at Maryland. Now, the most important aspect of this is how was the crew treated during the entire period of their stay in US. The ship was managed by Synergy Maritime, and which is a very reputed RPSL company and one of the bigger employers of Indian seafarers. So the role of the RPSL was so significant here because the seafarers for their entire period of detention in US waters were paid their salaries round the year. Their families were taken care of here in India, and the seafarers themselves were taken care of in US. Whether it is legal support, emotional support, all that was provided by the RPSL. So now it is very important that when a seafarer chooses a company or when the P&I club support, it is very important that all these RPSL companies are approved by the flag state. And the Indian authorities, we also coordinated through the MEA with the Indian Embassy for the welfare of seafarers. And this is one such case. There have been other cases as well. So it is very important that you choose a company which will look after your interest. The companies which are well managed or the owners which are reputed, they will have P&I clubs, generally IG P&I clubs, who in case till the time nothing goes wrong, everything looks good on paper. But should the things go wrong, that is the time where a lot of period of anxiety happens for the seafarers as well as their families. And because of, I would say, Synergy in this instance was a gold standard in seafarer welfare. And during the entire period of stay in US, we were also in regular touch. Every month we get updates. And now we are taking up the matter for repatriation of the seafarers. And now the NTSB proceedings are over. However, the FBI proceedings are still ongoing in the case. However, we'll still be approaching the US authority for repatriating the Indian seafarers. We are doing this because we know the RPSL, we know the P&I club, and things were very transparent. So it becomes all the more easier for us to get our seafarers back in such instances. And I will take the opportunity of this forum in also highlighting the various initiatives that have been taken by the casualty branch. Of course, that is not part of the forum today. We have launched 6 safety videos so far. Our idea is to come up with about close to 150-200 safety videos in a period of 3 years. So already 6 have been released, and we'll be issuing a circular tomorrow to all the MTI's training institutes to make it mandatory for watching or screening these safety videos so that the seafarers become aware of how the incidents happen, what are the preventive corrective actions that have to be initiated. And there are a few other initiatives. We are running short of time. I will not elaborate on that. And regarding the seafarer, I think Praveen Sahab, I have answered the question you had asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Harinder. So with that, I close this panel discussion. So, 30
seconds, sir. 30 seconds. Sir, the cadets and the industry stakeholders, we are drafting the rules under Merchant Shipping Act of 2025. And sir, draft we have made through some committee, and committee have stakeholder from the industry. Like for training and RPS, we have a stakeholder from the Training Institute and RPS and everybody. So first draft for public consultation we have made and placed on the website of DG Shipping. एक टिकर होम पेज पे मूव हो रहा है, पब्लिक नोटिस फॉर रूल्स अंडर मर्चेंट शिपिंग. सिस्टमेटिक है पूरा, चैप्टर 1, चैप्टर 2, चैप्टर 3. चैप्टर 1 में कितने रूल होंगे उसका नाम लिखा हुआ है. फॉर एग्जांपल फॉर सी फेयरर्स आपको CDC चाहिए, उसका रूल है. SID चाहिए, उसका रूल है. रिक्रूटमेंट होगा, RPS का रूल है. कंडीशन के लिए लेबर रूल है. एकोमोडेशन के लिए सीफेयर एकोमोडेशन रूल है. सिमिलरली एजुकेशन वाले चैप्टर में STCW का दोनों रूल है. फिशिंग वेसल का भी है, नॉर्मल वेसल का भी. तो मेरी गुजारिश आप सबसे यह है कि आप हमारी वेबसाइट को, नया और पुराना दोनों वेबसाइट को देखें, और उन रूल्स पे अगर कोई कमेंट, कोई सजेशन, कोई किसी तरह का ऑब्जेक्शन किसी भी पैरा पे है, एक फॉर्मेट भी हमने वहाँ दिया है, आप उसमें भर के, आप email ID वहीं पे लिखा हुआ है, 11 जनवरी तक का टाइम है, आप उसका वेट मत करिए, आप प्लीज जो भी सजेशन है जल्दी से जल्दी भेज दीजिए, सो दैट एक अच्छा रूल नोटिफाई हो. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir, for the much needed announcement. It's been truly insightful discussion, and we are grateful to all our distinguished panelists for the sharing their expertise and perspectives. May I now request Captain PC Meena, sir, to join us on the stage to felicitate all our esteemed speakers with mementos. I'll request all the panelists to take one group picture to, so PC Meena, sir, also please join. A big round of applause for the wonderful discussion on the panel. Thank you, sir. I request the dignitaries to kindly join us in the seated below. I'd like to take this opportunity and inform and mention that it is our greatest privilege to announce that this is the event mark first National Seafarer Symposium in New Delhi. On this proud occasion, the northern region of RPSL is willing to honor the Director General of Shipping for their exemplary leadership and invaluable contribution to the growth and welfare of the Indian seafarer. I would like to call upon stage Sri Sham Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping, Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopde sir, IPS, Additional DG Director General of Shipping, and Captain PC Meena sir to join us on the stage. I'll request the RPSL of the northern region to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us to extend a warm welcome and our deepest respect to our esteemed leadership.
Encouragement for the Delhi feels inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving onwards, we are moving towards the next second panel session, which would be again focusing on the seafarer welfare. This session brings together distinguished experts from the industry and share their perspective and insights. May I now invite the esteemed panelists to kindly join us on the dais. Captain Suji Shuri, Head of Managing Committee, INSA. Captain Upinder Baveja, ISSA. Before we move ahead with the second session, our Deputy Director General of Shipping, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, would like to address the gathering. I'll hand it over to you, sir.
I just wanted to personally thank all the representatives of the RPSL, management concerns, the proprietors who have come and felicitated me, being incumbent in the office of the DG Shipping. I simply wanted to extend our profound gratitude and also ये कहना चाहूँगा कि हम एक परिवार हैं. देश में आप मैरिटाइम सेक्टर को जितना गुरुत्व देंगे उसी से ही देश की गरिमा बढ़ेगी और आपकी साझेदारी और हम सब आपकी साझेदारी के साथ दोनों कदम में कदम मिला के चलेंगे देश सेवा में. जय हिंद.
Thank you, sir. Moving towards the second sessions of the day, I'd like to call upon stage all the esteemed panelists. Captain Sudhir Shuri, Head of Manning Committee, INSA. Captain Upendra Bajwa, ISSA. Captain Saurabh Varshney, Principal, IMAI, MASA. Captain Kisan Karnar, General Manager, FOSMA. Mr. Sunil Nair, Assistant General Secretary, NUSI. Please join us on the stage. It's now my pleasure to hand over this session to our moderator, Captain Santosh Zarukar, Principal Officer, MMT Kandla, who will guide us today throughout the discussion. I'll request the second panelist, all the esteemed guests, that we are due to paucity of time. I'll request all the speakers to be a little brief in their discussion. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. Without wasting any time, but just as a formality, what is this topic? Since morning we are bombarding, there is a brainstorming sessions continuously. मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो सेशन है या ये जो भी सिम्पोजियम है ये एक चिंतन शिविर है. इस चिंतन शिविर में हम क्या देख रहे हैं, क्या सुन रहे हैं, तो हम लोग दो ही बातें चल रही है, एक आरपीएसएल और दूसरा वेलफेयर. कि सीफेरर्स का नाविकों का कल्याण कैसे हो जाए, उस विषय के ऊपर अभी मेरा टॉपिक जो मुझे दिया गया है कि सीफेरर्स का कल्याण कैसे हो जाए, इसके ऊपर हम लोग सब यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं। कैप्टन सुजीत सूरी साहब, हेड मैनिंग कमेटी इंसा, कैप्टन उपिंदर बवेजा जी इक्सा, कैप्टन सौरभ वाशनी जी मासा, कैप्टन किशन कर्नाट from FASMA, and Captain Sunil Nair, Assistant General Manager Nusi. Once again, all of you, sir, thank you so much for this one. Thank you. Thank you. So all these great personalities are here, and their expertise from the various very prominent, related, associated with the नाविक संगठनों से, और उसके बाद में उनके जो इश्यूज है उसके रिलेटेड ये लोग सब यहाँ मौजूद है। मैं इनका सबसे पहले अभी उनका स्वागत करता हूँ। और मुझे से रहा नहीं जा रहा है कि भाई, जैसा कि ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने IMW इंडिया मैरीटाइम वीक 2015 to 25, जहाँ पर उन्होंने अक्टूबर 27 to 31 में जो उन्होंने अपना प्रेजेंस लगाया, उसमें कहा, जैसा सेक्रेटरी साहब ने अब मॉर्निंग में कहा, कि हमारा सीफेयरर्स का नंबर 1.27 लाख से 3.27 तक गया है। इन लास्ट 10 years, that is 1 decade, we have surpassed about so much of seafarers. Okay, now we have to lead as a maritime leading power. So how to go that? So that's the basically topic now. And commercial aspects and welfare activities has to go hand in hand. And that is what is tripartite agreement basically between government, employee, employer, and employees relationship. That's what we are here as WFS. मैं समझता हूँ कि कोई भी country, कोई भी nation, it cannot become a good nation, true nation, or developed nation unless wealth, property, and its assets are basically result of undying labor forces. जब तक का यहाँ का लेबर फोर्स काम नहीं करेगा, उस कंट्री का विकसित होना निर्भर नहीं है। इसीलिए आप सब भी, यू हैव बीन रिगार्डेड एज अ की वर्कर नाउ, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड नाउ, यू आर अ की वर्कर नाउ। तो की वर्कर में इट इज नॉट दैट वी आर ऑल फ्रॉम लेबर फोर्स नाउ, एंड दैट इज व्हाट इज SWS वाज बेसिकली, जो उस टाइम में किया गया था। और मैं और दूसरा कहना चाहता हूं कि आई एम गोइंग बैक टू अगेन 1942, आई एम गोइंग बैक टू 1942, ट्राइपार्टाइट इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, इंडियन नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, लेबर कॉन्फ्रेंस, and it was the 4th labor conference in 1942, where first time in the history of India, employee and employer, government and employees participated. That is in New Delhi. So it's fortunate that today we are having a second symposium. चिंतन शिविर करने जा रहे हैं हम लोग। मैं थोड़ा टाइम नहीं लेते हुए अभी जस्ट शुरू करता हूँ अपनी प्रक्रिया, क्वेश्चंस की प्रक्रिया शुरू करता हूँ, क्योंकि टाइम बहुत कम है। तो मैं, मेरे साथ सबसे पहले मेरे राइट में हैं वासनी साहब। वासनी साहब की पर्सनैलिटी, मतलब वैयक्तिक हमारे अच्छे संबंध है। वासनी साहब, आप यहाँ पर जो आज हमारे साथ जो वार्तालाप करेंगे वो है बेसिकली एज अ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव फ्रॉम मासा। तो मैं कहता हूँ कि, और मेरे लेफ्ट में हैं कर्नाट साहब फॉस्मा, again representative from the foreign ship owners. Both are playing a very important game, because 30% and 30%, more or 60% of the employment on foreign ships is given by two people, two entities of this country. Salute to you, sir. Thank you so much for your, because of you, I don't think this much of what Honorable Prime Minister has stated in the IMW would not have been possible. So, without wasting time, first question I will go to, and then next is INSA. INSA I cannot forget, because INSA is a very age-old organization. It is, and the very luminaries and stalwarts were there. Shipi Srivastava, Madam, very and great Sumati Morarji, Iron Lady of Seafarer, 1970 she head ILO. Such a people from INSA has emerged. What a beauty. Okay. Now, so Sujit Suri Saab is heading the manning department. Manning, he is basically with INSA now. I'll ask He's also with us. And ICSA, very important role he's playing. They are playing in the coastal shipping. So I think I will first go with you want to go? Sorry, Mr. I forgot the very important point about the, now when I said government, employee and employer. So there is a very important role is being played by the unions. Again, I am going to back. The then President V.V. Giri was an advisory committee meeting. देखो आप देखिए मैं थोड़ा मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है. I'll just correlate in that way. Basically 1966 में इसका जन्म हुआ है SWFS का. उसके पहले भी बहुत कुछ हुआ है इस कंट्री में. यहाँ पे यहाँ की जो पॉलिसीज जो है, यहाँ पे लेबर पॉलिसीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ किसी बाकी कंट्रीज से पहले यहाँ शुरू हुई. साउथ ईस्ट एशिया कंट्रीज से पहले यहाँ शुरू हो गई थी. समझ लीजिए. We were the first country in the world that time. In the world I'm talking about. Before pre-independence, जहाँ पे इंश्योरेंस एक्ट पास हो गया था. साउथ ईस्ट एशिया का पहला कंट्री था ये. तो मैं अभी उसमें दोबारा जाना नहीं चाहता हूँ. तो इनका रोल, मिस्टर नायर साहब का रोल बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है. Thank you so much for being with us. So I'll go to my left side first, then I'll come to right side. So FOSMA, sir, you have got so much of 30% of stake on all these things, and then you are providing so much of employment to the seafarers. Now today's topic is basically, he has highlighted, I had seen that so much of presentation was done, and I think there are still issues which are not aware, like I was just talking about, I was just going through that, they are saying that the member of SWBC is 1,22,310. आपने अभी आज presentation में बताया, Commissioner साहब ने बताया. And there are still people are not aware that they don't know how basically nomination is being done for their families. And there are still backlogs and pendings. Correct, sir? So, sir, from your point of view, as a FOSMA and taking the interest of your own members, how do you basically enlighten, you form your end regarding the basically these policies, regulations, and all the, and particularly the seafarers which are coming from the very remote places. So, how do you go ahead for this, sir? My first question to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate. And this is basically an industry-wide question, but the way FOSMA addresses it is, for example, SWFS was highlighted quite a lot in this symposium. The awareness regarding the schemes, the 8 schemes, they were listed out. We find that a lot of seafarers, especially the new seafarers, would not be knowing that. So, as an association, FOSMA took an initiative to compile a 2-page flyer on these schemes, and we have run it on our website, and we have collated it and sent it to our maritime training institutes as well as all member companies, so that it can be transmitted onwards to the seafarers. So the seafarers need to know what the schemes are, and on this 2-page flyer you have a summary of the schemes, who is the beneficiary, and what is the quantum of the payment. And we simultaneously also have given the QR code where the application forms and all the information is downloadable. And this is also available on the DG shipping website. All the schemes are available, and that's where we have collated the information from. So these are some of the initiatives. Our effort is to transmit to our member companies and then onwards to the seafarers of all the benefits that are there, because the benefits has to reach the seafarers, otherwise these schemes are of little use. I hope that covers it.
Yeah, thank you so much, because basically I think FOSMA is doing a lot, basically enlightening their own seafarers, publishing and all the, your documents, and basically we have got WhatsApp also, videos also nowadays are available. My esteemed young cadets, please listen carefully, because there are videos still, everything is available now on the source. The only thing is you have to go to the right place and learn that, okay? So start basically learning the things. Okay, this is the right time to go for that. Okay, because you should know your rights and responsibility. That is very important. Then only you can raise the questions and you are concerned about your problems. Then only solutions will come, because solutions के लिए आपको ऐसे ही कोई बोलेगा नहीं. Solution के लिए आपको आवाज उठाना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. तो now next is my right side again. The same question, sir. I will just put up your views as a MASA, because MASA is also doing a lot of things for because he's a partner for implementation of SWPS policies. At the same time, MASA is basically has got institute, both the MASMA and POSMA has got institute, and they have to play role hand in hand, basically activities and at the same time training and both the things. So at the entry level, basically when the cadets comes or basically aata hai or basically he started his career in your institute. So how do you go ahead for basically providing such type of awareness, and then at the same time basically how do you basically go ahead basically how do you maintain a balance between this opportunities training point of view, as well as at the same time your welfare activities also go hand in hand? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everybody. All the cadets and the visionaries and luminaries sitting here, a very good afternoon, and thank you for the question, sir. I believe, in my experience, MASA's videos and the flyers, which are, they're doing a very good job for informing the cadets, and this is also part of the refresher training and the STCW training of the cadets. But my suggestion would be to go a step further, and all the SWFS and the MLC should be made a part of a syllabus of the pre-C cadets, where they are tested, the questions are put, and they have to qualify in the exam. Only then they would, at this stage, because these are the cadets, they at this stage, if they are aware about all the welfare measures, then we would be creating a very, very enlightened class of seafarers. So we should now insist on putting these SWFS, MLC and various welfare measures into a proper syllabus of the pre-C courses. It is, of course, DG has made it mandatory to be part of all the STCW training everywhere, even in the competency courses, these are covered. But in pre-C courses, there should be a separate subject on the seafarer welfare and RPSL, because this is the time where the cadets can get waylaid by unscrupulous people. Now, most important part in maritime training and education, our maritime training and education, the rules and regulations is a very well regulated maritime training and education sector. But the problem is compliance. Like DG Shipping has mandated that all the cadets should be sponsored at the time of admission, or within 1 year of completion of the training, they should be placed on board. Now, in a good institute where, like, we are supported by a MASA company, all our cadets, it is our endeavor that all our cadets are placed at the time of entrance. Now, there's no way these cadets will go to a substandard RPSL or a non-licensed RPSL. The only opportunity or only way a cadet will be going to a non-RPSL is if he is not sponsored at the time of entrance. Now, this is very important because the DG has also mandated that the certificate of completion of training should be issued after the embedded sea time is over. Certificate can only be issued after the embedded sea time is over. So many if we are complying with the DG guidelines, there is no way that the non-reputed companies can function here, or the seafarers can go into the trap of such people. So compliance since morning, what everybody has said, compliance is a very major this thing because all the regulations are in place. And MASA's initiatives are going a long way in educating the young seafarers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So, Captain Vasni Sahib has very rightly elaborated basically training stage, what should be done, and then he has made we can say suggestions, not a recommendations. Basically, it should be the part of curriculum, so that it can be handy to teach at in the classrooms also, and then at the same time you can provide them video, this one is through video practical training also, basically how to go and what are basically other than SWFS, what are amenities or what are incentives available, what are other things are available, that also you can basically, it can be the part of curriculum, but that can be initiatives taken by the even MTIs also. Now coming to the point after training, another is the issue about the placement on board the ships. We already spoken about that, but then I will not talk about that placement. I will talk about the INSA's role, Indian National Seafarers Association role, because they are the vessels where their members are basically, the vessels are interfacing the exempt trade cargoes. They are on exempt trade cargoes, and particularly on the international voyages. So my question to Captain Shuri sir, basically, how does INSA balance basically human standards, human manning standards, basically their placement, fair rotations, and what basically policy level interventions and collaborations you are having with DGS and other with MTS, which are essential for the cadet right from the beginning, from the pre-sea training, then it's expectation of employment placement on board, shipboard training, and then thereafter employment stability from pre-sea to pre-sea stage itself only. Can you just elaborate?
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir, for your question. Indian Ship Owners Association, where we just celebrated, especially greatest over 75 plus years, as most of the Indian ship owners have their own institute, is going from long back, more than 25 years back. So it's called From Cradle to Coffin concept, where you get into an institute where the company imbibes those processes and worldwide picture into you, and then you go on ship and you know only one company, which is your parent company, or you are born with that company, and the process where you keep in a company's office in the end, and you go a long way. With the present scenario, with the present government and the policy of the nation which is going on with shipbuilding, I think if you compare with 25 years back, you go to American anchorage, you don't find any Indian ship. You can see Indian guys, but you cannot find. But when one ship used to be with the Ashok Chakra, or one ship is with the AHB flag, we used to say, "Ye hamara company, hamara desh ka jahaz hai." So Atmanirbhar Bharat. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat? That exim cargo के लिए, अगर all Indian ships bring the cargo from Middle East to India, or from anywhere to India, then it is Atmanirbhar. If we are 90% dependent on some other ships where we are giving and getting that US dollars, or not depending upon dollars with present scenario, is going to be a future of us. And while flying that flag, how proud you feel is also what matters in today's geopolitics situation, where am I just looking at my career and my profession, but the nationalistic feeling which is now coming in every smallest thing, whether it's a basmati rice or a Russian crude, or is it a chip. So I think looking forward, where the cadets which are coming, I think you will feel proud to be part of this country, which was always been before, but was some reasons we were lacking behind. We always used to say we are Western countries say 300 saal piche hai and all that. But now that gap is reducing faster with UPI payment and various other IT gadgets. We are ahead of everyone. The AI, which is coming in the picture, the environment protection with this carbon fuel and blah blah, a lot of things. We are going ahead of the world, and with people, they are in fact jealous, curious, at the same time want you to fall down. So one should feel proud to be part of this career where we are going on the rising sun. At the same time, we also need to be not too selective and pricey like some time back. The developed countries did and fell down, and now their value is not there because they demand too much. So the balancing act, if we could do, I think we will do it good. And Indian ship, Indian flag, I would always give a little extra inches on my chest.
Thank you so much, Par. Thank you so much. Very nicely, basically, it has come the patriotism also at the same time. Atmanirbhar Bharat also, what is basically Honorable Prime Minister of India is envisaging. You know, so very rightly said. We are dependent. Okay, the word, and to morning also, Special Secretary Sahab has stated that very nicely. If I am not analyzing it properly, then we will be 99% dependent. So very nicely analyzed, sir. Very thank you so much for basically on this. Now coming to the point of Captain Upender Baweja, sir, how do you basically see on your coastal shipping, because you are coastal, you are the members of your coastal shipping are more interested in the coastal development of coastal shipping, you know, and then there are constant concern basically with respect to short port stay, short voyage also, and then sudden emergencies on board the ships, and I will say that percentage of coastal shipping joining coastal shipping with respect to NCB, another thing is slightly less compared to exempt trade and international trade ships, you know. So how do you basically as the ICSA, how do you get engaged with the ship owners, regulators to enable greater flexibility in crew changes, avoid basically commercial disputes, and as well as port delays, and keeping the seafarers' welfare at all times at your as your first priority? Thank you so much.
Yes, good afternoon, Captain Santosh, Captain Meena, for inviting us to this symposium and this panel discussion. ICSA basically, you know, Indian Coastal Conference Shipping Association, which was formed long back in 1951. And now it's growing because its main purpose is for the ship owners and operators of the inland coastal and waterways for promoting this. Now with the Sagarmala projects and, you know, with the government initiatives to promote Indian coastal shipping, it's taking its sort of, you know, the booming up. The main thing that coastal shipping has to be safe, economical, and environmental, you know, sustainable, because you have option of land, you know, moving the cargo by land. But now the restrictions comes where you have not enough water. You need the depths for the ships to sort of move. Not many ports are there which are for the coastal. So there are certain constraints, but the idea is that we want to shift from the road transport to the shipping transport, the coastal transport. That'll lead, I mean, it'll give us basically advantage by less carbon and pollution basically also will be less. So there are certain advantages, but we have a long way to go. And as regards the challenges, basically, you know, now the crew basically on the coastal ships, they are paid less, but advantage is they feel they are closer to the land, closer to their home, and that's a plus point. They feel that the shorter contracts, they can get down anytime they feel like. But that's that sort of point we want to address, that it becomes a challenge for the ship owners, because you come for a contract, say 4 months or 6 months, and you want to get down within a short span of 1 month, saying I have this urgency and I have to get down. So that brings a lot of pressure on the ship owners or the manning agencies to find a replacement at short notice. The port turnarounds are very fast. The coastal ships, like within 1 day you could be doing 2 ports also, like, no? So the ports are closer, and you want to get down suddenly, So we have a challenge there. I know the technology is.
But I believe that we are also insurance policy also. No?
Yeah, but see, the technology is good, that you have internet, you have smartphones, you're talking to your family all the time. So there we want to educate even the families also. I should take that point.
That's fine.
For every small issue, when you tell to the seafarer, he gets disturbed. He gets mentally this thing. He feels that it's like a bus, like, he wants to get down. Okay, well, my port is coming next. He wants to get down. He wants to go home. But the challenges are too much, at short
Understood,
notice.
sir. Thank you very much, sir, Baveja sir, because you are running short of time now. Yeah. Because they are signaling to me, and it's so because anyway, I'm the last very important, who is basically mediator, and very important role has to play between employer and employees. That is nothing but the association, or we can say union. So I will ask Mr. Nair Saab ki we have basically talked about placement, other things, and even this one also. I will just ask you, Seafarers, basically, how do you basically do the counseling, awareness, welfare interventions to manage emotional well-being, expectations, mental balance through during the long contracts, basically when they are some of the crew members are basically working on the international ships. So because my Madam SK Joshi has already highlighted this issue, and then after that I'll ask only for about 30 seconds to Vasni Sab regarding because if we are not talking about the gender equality, I think it will not be good. So we'll talk about about that also. First of all, Nair Saab, you can talk about your concerning other places, welfare facilities.
Good evening all, and thank you Darokar sir for having me in this session. Well, it was a burning question for us also. How do we address the issue of mental health, counseling, safety with the seafarers? And that's how, after a lot of brainstorming, NewSea had started NewSea Sahara way back in 2017, the industry first, wherein a helpline is provided to the seafarers toll-free 24/7. And the counseling of the seafarers is also done at the premises of NewSea and also the premises of the shipping companies. It's a one-point contact where the seafarers at any point of time, whether it is issues relating to their well-being, contract, family, they could give a call. And I would also suggest you all, ek baar call karke to definitely dekhna, and do also let us know. So while we were thinking ki what do we do next, we have reached a point in NewSea Sahara where a lot of things have been explored. That's when the idea of Sagar Mein Yog was brought in by the ministry and the government of India. And all our experience for his guidance, so that all the experience we could pull in is what you saw in the presentation today, whether it is financial health, whether it is yoga. And we are fortunate that together with NewSea Sahara and Sagar Mein Yog, the interest of the seafarers will be secured. Thank you.
So I'll not, lastly, just only about Sagar Mein Samman, Madam has already basically stated about gender equality. So we'll just talk about what all avenues and all these things you are giving. Nobody has spoken about that, and she has also basically recommended, suggested that this should be the part of your curriculum also, Madam. Basically, that is no progress has not been made.
Sir, very important regulations by DG Shipping have been made all the girl candidates are giving 50% rebate in the training cost. In addition, Maritime Training Trust is given 1 lakh rupees for each trainee, girl trainee who completes the training. Another thing is that buddy on board system has been established where companies are insisting on at least 2 female seafarers on board where they can confide in each other and be support to each other. So a lot of help is going, a lot of measures are being taken for encouraging the ladies to join the sea. And on our part as an institute, we are going out and we are making presentations and we are going to the tier 2 towns and out of the metro, and we are making presentations about the profession to the girl candidates. But it is the parents who need to be convinced. Girls get convinced very easily to come and join the profession. It is the parents where the mind block is there, and we are trying our level best. We also have a lady warden on board. One small suggestion, sir. Our DG shipping guidelines for Maritime Training Institute does not talk about girls accommodation. It is still not there. So girls accommodation needs to be included, because unless we have got standards for girls accommodation, it becomes a challenge, because we are trying to find accommodation inside, the hostels which were meant for only boys, and they have got common toilets, and also making provisions for girls becomes a challenge there, especially in pre-C courses. Thank you, sir.
Once again, thank you so much, sir, because due to the paucity of time, I could not cover the criminalization, abandonment. These are very important issues for the seafarers. But anyway, takeaway from this, particularly from my side, I will just calculate basically this, that on 21st of this month, there is the International Meditation Day, and you already, Sagar Mein Yoga was already there. I mean, this madam has already. I urge all of you, all the seafarers and institutes, please join Heartfulness, that is basically which is going to telecast throughout India, and maximum number of basically this one meditators will join on that day, on the evening hours. That is International Meditation Day. And then takeaway is that I should include, I should say that Port Welfare Committee, we are not spoken nice up, because that is very important issue again, because there also gender equality. And then today we have seen the photographs of the Seafarers Club. That's also very concern issue today, because we can talk a lot, but time due to sparsity we cannot talk. Time restriction. These are the issues basically we can, like you said, that berths are there on board issues, but at the same time there are still recreation facilities and other things are, I mean, basically the facilities which are supposed to be required not there. So I will not go more detail. Thank you so much once again, and thank you listening to us, all of us, very patiently and efficiently. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable insights on seafarer welfare. It's my pleasure now to invite Captain P.C. Meena, sir, to kindly felicitate our esteemed speaker and give them a token of appreciation for their contribution. So we may have one group photo, please. Thank you, sir. I'd like to request Captain P.C. Meena, sir, to kindly wait on the stage. I'd like to take this moment and mention that behind every successful event, it is a dedicated team working tirelessly. May I now request Captain PC Meena sir to felicitate those, our organizing team on the stage and present a token of appreciation for each one of them for their individual support in making this event possible. I'd like to call upon stage Sri Mukul Datta, Member Treasurer, Seafarers Welfare Fund Society. A big round of applause for sir. Thank you. Mrs. Anita Sinha, ma'am. Shri Gaurav Goyal. Shri Ritesh Jadhav. Shri Dharmendra from Director General of Shipping. Shri Vipassi Bhamarkar from the crew branch. Shri Santosh Kumar Singh sir, Deputy Shipping Master. Please sir, join us on the stage. Shri Kunal Vabil, Technical Support Team EY at the Directorate. Ms. Vaishnavi Rajagopal, Technical Supports Team. Shri Ruturaj Sharma. I'd like to request to call upon stage our RPSL from the northern part, like to facilitate Captain PC Meena, the Deputy Director General Crew, on this occasion.
Please come. Please don't sit for us. Please come to side. So please come. So hand over this on behalf of the seafarers.
Shri Rituraj Sharma. Sir, the technical support staff.
Lastly, we would like to felicitate our wonderful host, Ms. Rihanna Dawade.
I also like to call upon stage Major Anudhod Sir Singh, retired Assistant Director General of Shipping Crew Branch. Thank you, sir. Due to paucity of time, we encourage our audience, if they have any further question, they may write to us on the email ID that will be displayed on the screen. Moving ahead, as we conclude today's discussion, may I now invite Major Anutosh Singh, retired Assistant Director General Shipping Crew Branch, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thanks, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Deviyon Sajjano Namaskar. Respected dignitaries, esteemed panelists, and dear participants. I, Major Anutosh Singh, Assistant Director General of Crew and Training of Director General of Shipping. I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Chief Guest, Shri Vijay Kumar, IAS, Secretary of Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, for his valuable insights through his informative video message. I extend my regards to Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, IAS, Special Secretary to Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, for his candid dialogue, and Shri Sham Jagannathan, IAS, the Director General of Shipping, for sharing his progressive approach for the maritime sector. I extend my gratitude to Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopade, Additional DG, for his words of the guardian of Indian Maritime University industry. I extend sincere regards to Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad, Nautical Advisor, and Captain Santosh Darokar, POMMD Kandla, and Captain P.C. Meena, the DDG crew, Shri Mukul Datta, the Shipping Master, and Shri Santosh Kumar Singh, the Deputy Shipping Master. I thank our esteemed moderators. My sincere appreciation goes to all distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable expertise and experience that will shape the future of maritime workforce further in their development. Last but not the least, I also acknowledge the participant seafarers and industry representatives, along with the Maritime Training Institute's cadets, staff, and their instructors, whose engagement has made this event vibrant, more energetic, and meaningful. I do acknowledge the support of technical staff and everyone behind the scene who ensured the symposium ran smoothly, including the officials of Civil Services Officers Institute, Deviyon aur Sajjano. On this occasion, I would like to recite a verse from Rig Veda, which is like Sang Chadvam, Sang Vadadvam, Sangvo Manansi Janatam, Deva Bhage Yatha Purve Sanjananam Upasate. The verse means, let us walk together, speak together, and be of one mind. It conveys the message of harmony and collective consciousness to achieve success with collectively of similar thoughts, harmony, and coordination. Let us carry forward the insight churned and gained here today to strengthen the seafarers' recruitment practices and ensure their welfare, securing a brighter future for the maritime fraternity, because seafarers are the unsung heroes who keep global trade afloat. Their welfare is not just the regulatory obligation, but a collectively national responsibility. Let the symposium be the catalyst for sustained inclusive growth in seafarers' recruitment and welfare. With these words, I officially declare the symposium on seafarers' recruitment and welfare culminated. May our collective efforts steer the maritime industry towards safer, happier voyages for every seafarer across the globe. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Let us stand forwards, please, for Rashtragan.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ
की जय।
संदीप अवस्थी, अरे सर आइए फोटो की